Let's go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I begin the regular City Council meeting closed session, I'd like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. If you did not receive a number and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and the city staff will issue you a number card. I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. The time is 5:35. Deputy City Clerk, Ty, would you please take roll?
Yes, Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Here.
Thank you, and Mayor Fermetta.
Present.
Thank you.
Now is the time for public comment. I remind speakers that the public comment period is reserved for comments about the items listed under the closed session agenda. There is an opportunity later in the meeting for general public comment. This is a business meeting, and we have business to attend in the next hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council regarding closed session items. Deputy City Clerk, did we receive any written public comment regarding closed session items to be incorporated into the record?
No, Mayor, we didn't receive any written public comment.
Thank you. I would also like to remind members of the public that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. I will now entertain a motion. Actually, no, we don't need a motion because we didn't receive a written public comment. I would like to ask speaker number 1 to come up. It looks like we have 4 speakers. And we have 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Threatening protocols will not be tolerated anymore, especially from the mayor's seat. We're not going to tolerate any threats of misdemeanors or any such offensive language as such any longer. Chief Justice Gorsuch pointed that out this past week, and this is what has been happening. So. Number 2, existing litigation, Sofia Gonzalez versus City of Downey. You aren't going to comment on that. Number 1, pending litigation. Well, apparently it's not pending anymore. Fernando Garcia versus City of Downey. Obviously, this gentleman, right, wrong, or indifferent, was awarded $1.12 million from actions allegedly from our police department. My only concern, well, it's not my only concern, but the biggest concern is who was overseeing the police department at that time. Was it the city manager or was it the assistant city manager? In that time, I believe it was John Ascui. I was just wondering, was he the one overseeing the police department at that time? That needs to be answered. And it needs to be answered thoroughly. And whenever we have public comments, it needs to be on camera of everything that's going on in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 2, please.
Now, is this non-agenda public comment, if I may ask?
This is closed session. Mr. Herman?
Do we get non-agenda public comment tonight?
Yes, that will be during our regular council meeting that begins at 6:30.
Well, since the terms are vague and lack adequate standards or guidelines for enforcement, I'd like to point out that, yes, it's time that the mayor stop directing these violations and protocols to have us arrested, kicked out of meetings and so forth, because how can we talk about this case number BC713683 for the record under Fernando Garcia versus the city of Downey? And also, what about Sofia Gonzalez versus the city of Downey at case number 21 STCV 25194? Well, the truth is, the rules of decorum and their enforcement violate our First Amendment because they contain the provisions which constitute impermissible prior restraints in which a white nigger like me can't say my speech. And so it offends me that the mayor offends the public by intimidation and threats. Now, we're not going to tolerate that because the FBI at 310-477-6565 are listening into these conversations of your protocol in which violence, intimidation, and bullshit from this fucked up terms and vague unconstitutional rights and a intimidation process brought against me, a plaintiff of discovery, that the mayor is subjecting me to criminal penalties for free speech. Why is that? Why do I have to become a case or a number in the legal superior court that Armando Herman versus Claudia Inframeta, the mayor, and her husband, due to criminal threats? Now, this happened some time ago, but it's still happening. Look, I come up to the mic and she tries to tell me what my opinions and what comes out of my mind, I should follow her fucking rules. No, we the people are following our constitutional rules. The beliefs that the judicial system is set up to allow us to engage in off-topic reasoning to litigate liabilities against the city of Downey versus the people of Downey. Because as you've not heard of the current newspaper article today regarding a detective from the police department of Downey, there's something fishy going on here, and I think the FBI and the DEA and any other fucking institution needs to involve themselves and investigate. Thank you.
Thank
Here
you
are my
for that.
documents for the record.
Thank you. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Okay, so I am also very concerned about, the fact that why is it that, okay, so in the closed session, it's like, okay, people sue you and then you have to answer. Well, why don't you answer to the people who request so many things from you and demand so many things that are good things, but then instead of doing that, instead of answering our calls for better government, what you do is you take this $1 million that is apparently going to be given as this settlement. So what I'm wondering about is $1 million, okay, but what could we use $1 million for? And how many more $1 million are going to have to be paid out from, what did the article call it? Corruption, fraud, I forget the terms, but is there something going to be done about the police department doing this? How many more millions is Downey going to be liable for? I know that Mr. Horn highlighted in his application that he's into fiscal management. So I think it's going to be really important for Mr. Horn to take a deep look into this. We don't want our taxpayer money or the increasingly scarce federal and state funds to just be used to correct things that shouldn't have happened, right? We don't want that. So we want Mr. Horn to investigate this. We want an independent investigation. And again, I go back to how many more cases of this are there? So only because now the LA Times wrote about it did we learn about it. I don't even know if anyone knows about the other case and then all the other cases. So how many millions upon millions of dollars is the city in the process of being liable for malfeasance in all of the departments, not just the police department. What about the fire department? What about finance department? Like, how much money is being embezzled and funneled out? We want to know, and we want it to stop. Like, we understand it went on for a long time. Like leave us, would send all the money to OC, like was mentioned with Oskewi, but we don't want that anymore. We want actual transparency. We want accountability. We don't want more waste and abuse. We don't want the LA Times to have to write about the city. We want all this stuff to be fixed here. So again, why don't you just do a better job, stop lying, and be accountable and transparent and stop wasting our money?
Thank you for that. Speaker number 4 may come up.
In regards to the mayor's repeated statements to limit public comment and to intimidate speakers, we will not yield our sovereignty to our representatives. Now to the major point. We have Garcia versus the city of Downey. And that is happening because a store owner, Mr. Valencia, invited, as reported by the LA Times, invited these individuals on assumptions that they were going to receive $13,000 for marijuana that they had given them. Rather than receive that money, 2 men were shot and 1 was wounded on the chest, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, his grievance is that a police officer, Mr. Carlos Bejines, showed up to the scene and did not conduct the investigation properly. What does that mean? That DNA was not taken properly? That not only was DNA not taken properly, but when a DEA agent who had been observing Mr. Valencia for months on assumptions that he was involved with cocaine distribution within our city here in Downey, he did not report that in his report. Mr. Bejines, a Downey PD. Mr. Souza, Ms. Chief, if you guys are aware of that. So we have this police officer who not only did not do a job good, but he was accused of even malice, fraud, and malpractice to the point where now Downey is paying $1 million. And Mr. Bejines has to pay $50K from his own pocket to the victim. My question is, why is Mr. Bejines, who did not do a right job, whose actions inspired the idea that foul play was a part of this investigation, why is he in our local Downey High School right now working with our children? Why is he not fired, Mr. Horn, Mr. Trujillo? You guys, Mr. Sosa, who speak that our police officers can do no wrong. And here we have a crooked cop in our high school system because he couldn't conduct a murder case properly. You need to fire Mr. Bejines. He should not be near our children. And the Downey PD needs to take responsibility for this, Chief Murray. You guys have the ability, and I demand that this council direct the police chief to reopen this investigation on Mr. Valencia for the murders of those 2 gentlemen and the attempted murder on Mr. Garcia. It cannot stand that we have corruption in our police here in Downey and people are turning a blind eye.
Thank you for that. I will make a motion to close public comment. If there's no
Second.
one else here to speak on closed session items, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
1 second.
Mr. Horn, would you please vote? to close public
Sorry about
comment.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. The City Council will now recess to close session under the following authorities. Number one, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Fernando Garcia versus City of Downey, Los Angeles Superior Court Case number BC713683. Item number two, listed under closed session, will not be discussed this evening. We will now recess to closed session. The time is 5:50. ready? Good evening, everybody. Nice to see everybody here tonight. We are reconvening now our closed session, and the time is 6:46. Ms. Interim City Attorney, will you please report the closed session action?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening. There were 2 items of business listed on the posted agenda. The City Council discussed item number 1, Fernando Garcia versus City of Downey, and took no reportable action, and did not discuss the second item of business discussed or listed on the posted agenda. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Interim Madam City Attorney. There are 3 colored number cards for this meeting. There's a purple card that will be used to speak during the public comment period for the first public hearing item. And the green card will be used to speak during the public comment for the second public hearing item. The yellow card will then be used to speak for the general public comment. If you didn't receive a number card and wish to speak on the items listed on the agenda or non-agenda, please proceed to the back of the room, and city staff will issue you a number. And I would like to remind members of the audience, per our Madam City Attorney, that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive 1 warning, and then they may be removed from the meeting. This is according to our Penal Code Section 403. The rules of the quorum for council meetings apply, and violators of these rules, that will result in an administrative fine under the municipal code for this city, or a citation for a misdemeanor under our city penal code, section 403. Pursuant to the Downey Municipal Code, speakers will be given 3 minutes speaking time for agenda, consent, calendar, and non-agenda items, unless modified by the mayor. And members of the audience who submitted public comment for this meeting and wish to speak during the public comment period will be allowed to do so. Copies of the city's meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. And I will now call to order the regular city council meeting, open session. The time is 6:48. City Clerk, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Here.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. At this time, I would like to call on Pastor Glenn Kravick from Calvary Chapel Downey to please come up and proceed for the invocation. Thank you for joining us, Pastor.
Well, before I pray, I'd like to thank the City Council and our city government for joining with us for the Freedom Fest on July 1st. And you're all invited, okay? It's at Downey High, so come out and have a great time. Isn't that right? I usually say, do I hear amen, but you guys aren't into that. But let's pray, and thank you so much. Father God, I just come to you now, and I pray, Lord God, that you bring peace to this meeting. Lord, the things that need to be discussed would be done decent and in order. And Father, that we might see unity between the church and the state, Lord God, that we work together. Lord God, you created all these authorities, and I pray that you'd bless them, give them wisdom that goes beyond anything that they could learn in school. And Father, that you would bless this city. Lord, you've given us a great city, and Father, that it would just become better every year. And we thank you for the city council, and we bless you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. At this time, I would like to ask Assistant Fire Chief Anthony Hildebrand to lead us in the flag salute.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Thank you. You may be seated. Welcome, everybody. I am thrilled to see you all. I always say engaged communities make strong communities. And at this time, this is a time for City Council member announcements and reports, requests for future agenda items, as well as after that, our city manager and staff member comments. I will start with my far right, Councilmember Hector Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome everybody. Good to see a full room here. Just share a few events that I attended. I attended the Downey Chamber of Commerce Women's Empowerment Conference. That was looked like it was sold out. Very inspiring event for the women, and a lot of good speakers that day. I was glad I was there. I attended the Bell Chamber of Commerce 100th anniversary event here in the city of Downey at the SoCal Gas Center. As we all know, the city of Bell has been through a lot over the past decade and a half, and good to see them moving forward and supporting and celebrating their local businesses. I also had the honor to help host a bunch of first, second, and third graders from Lewis Elementary here in these chambers and around City Hall. Just a bunch of cool, curious kids. And last week I did go on a tour at LA Cata. They're doing a lot of great work over there with respect to with alcohol and drug abuse treatments. Also, I did attend the Gangs Out of Downey Officer Ricky Galvez Scholarship Gala, which was a success where we get to honor 6 worthy students, 2 from each of the high schools, who were awarded $1,000 each for their future college endeavors. So that's always a great event. I do have a couple of items for staff. I'd like to, or request for, one's a request for the next city council meeting. I'd like to put on the agenda a sponsored foursome for the Downey Chamber of Commerce golf tournament, which is coming up on June 16th.
Second.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to for staff to look into programs that LA County offers for free golf lessons for our local youth.
Second.
Thank you, sir. And that'll be all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sosa. To my far left, Councilmember Horn.
Okay. I also attended the Inspiring Women's Empowerment Conference here in Downey, as well as the Downey Coordinating Council award ceremonies at the Downey Women's Club. I also participated in the Employees Appreciation Picnic at Furman Park. I attended the Bell Chamber of Commerce 100th Anniversary Gala, along with Councilman Sosa. I attended the wreath ceremony for the Police Officers Week. I also guided the Lewis Elementary School children through our City Hall, Library, and Downey Theater. I attended the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting ceremony for Northwest Mutual. I've attended additional class and training for our CERT training for radiation. I toured La Cata also with Councilmember Sosa, and I attended the May 17th Planning Commission meeting to get a better education of how our Planning Commission does their jobs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First and foremost, I want to address some articles that have been in the news recently about our police department. I just want to say personally that I stand with the men and women of our department and the fine work that they do. I've looked into that case, and sometimes jurors get it wrong. I want you to know that we continue to focus on delivering top-notch public safety services to our residents. So thank you, Downey PD. I had an opportunity to inspect the 2 new ambulances that we have purchased to be used by our fire department. Nothing but top-notch vehicles so that we can deliver services to our residents. These ambulances, 10 inches make a difference because you could have 2 paramedics working on someone that's being transported, so it's a bit of a wider vehicle. So I wanted to let you know how your tax money is being spent, and that is in the effective and the quick delivery of services through our ambulances. The Touch a Truck event, I was able to attend with my 13-year-old. He still enjoyed it. I would like next year, perhaps we could reach out to Sheriff Luna to allow the helicopter to land. I think it would be amazing for Downey family, especially our kids, to view an actual landing of a helicopter. If we can add that to the component, I could certainly reach out to the sheriff myself. But and congratulations to Public Works and I think Park and Rec who put that on. It's one of my favorite events now. It looks like we're overgrowing it. And this helicopter landing is going to be amazing next year. I also had a chance to attend the good annual Ricky Galvez Scholarship Dinner. Thank you for investing in the youth in memory of Officer Galvez. Some items for staff, and I'm glad to see representatives of Wolf here in discussing the public safety issues in our community. I want to let you know that first it was homelessness, and today, unfortunately, it's this horrible drug, fentanyl. I would like to know what exactly we are doing as a city to bring awareness citywide to the kids of this very dangerous drug. We may be already investing in this. If not, I would like us to engage in a public awareness campaign in partnership with Downey Unified School District, Downey Police Department, Good, 1020, and of course, Wolf, on how we can bring awareness of this terrible drug that's affecting our community. In addition, can I get a second for that?
Second.
Thank you. Independence Park, where I attended Touch a Truck, they have the David Gaffin skate park, but the sidewalk itself, if I was on a skateboard, I think I would probably fall off. We need to fix the sidewalk right in front of Independence Park for the kids that are roller skating there. You'll find a couple spots where I'm sure the skate would just go over. So if I could get a second on repairing the sidewalk in front of Independence Park. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Downey Avenue, the street really needs to be repaved north of Alameda. So if we could look into that, it probably is in our plan of when it's going to be done. I would like to know when such a central street, because if you think about the epicenter of our city, it's Firestone and Downey Avenue. It's important that those streets be kept up. It needs attention. Downey Avenue Street north of Alameda, please. Can I get a second? Thank you. And last but not least, I'm hearing from the residents and the parents around Furman Park. The children are not able to play or practice after dark because of insufficient lighting. I don't know if this is accurate, seeing that we just renovated beautiful Furman Park with Prop S funds, but I'm being told that it's unsafe, it's too dark to play, it's after sundown. So if we can get an assessment of that, they're saying there's no lights for the diamonds. They cannot practice or play after sundown. So if we could look into that, if I could get a second on that.
Second. And
Thank you.
I'll give a report on that in just a minute.
All right, I appreciate that. That's all for me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It is nice to have the team, the gang all back. And thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. I see some familiar faces. Welcome. I do want to welcome representatives from Congressman Garcia's office. Thank you for joining us. Assemblymember Pacheco's office. Thank you for joining us, as well as Senator Lina Gonzalez's office. Thank you for joining us, and the rest of our community as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to report very quickly. As you know, we we have to give these reports to you of where we go and what we do as we represent you, our residents, in various events. I had the pleasure of attending the Women's Empowerment Conference that was put together by our Downey Chamber of Commerce. And once again, speakers from various segments of our community, business owners, as well as Suzanne Marquez, a local Downey gal, broadcaster, was back to discuss and share with the group her success story. I also participated in the Downey Coordinating Council Awards Night with Councilmember Horn. And once again, what a great group of people. The Downey Coordinating Council has been in existence for decades. And the opportunity to gather with many nonprofit organizations in this community, and really the people that are the heart and soul of Downey, who give of their time and their talent and their treasure, is really uplifting. And I had the pleasure with also many other community leaders and community members to give thanks to those volunteers that continue serving our community. I also participated in the Community Family Guidance Center annual Children's Benefit Dinner with some Downey folks, as well as my council colleague Sosa and our city manager. And again, this center is here in Downey and provides assistance, mental health support for children and families in need. And that was also a good event. Over the weekend, I had an opportunity to attend California Contract Cities annual seminar in Indian Wells, and I was able to, I'm also part of the executive board, and I was able to meet with Sheriff Luna and discuss strategies on public safety. We were provided an update, again, from Contract Cities standpoint, those cities that contract their law enforcement and fire services. What are some of the strategies they're doing to increase their public safety and fire safety? Of course, there's also independent cities, part of that organization, such as Downey, Southgate, Beverly Hills. And again, together, we always discuss strength and collaboration. And we discussed at great length the strategies on public safety, fire safety, as well as what we are doing collectively to address homelessness in our communities. As Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo stated, we had an opportunity earlier today to look at the 2 new ambulances. Assistant Fire Chief Hildebrand and Battalion Chief Villanueva were able to give us a tour of those 2 ambulances, state of the art, really. The average lifespan of an ambulance here in Downey is 5 years, and they do about 11,000. They respond to about 11,000 calls annually. And again, the fact that we are able to provide our residents with state of the art vehicles to be able to respond effectively and efficiently is really the taxpayers' dollars at work. I am happy to report, and thank you, City Manager, and the rest of the team for finally giving our residents in District 4, Northeast Downey, their fire station back. We are very happy about that. I am informed, yes, a round of applause for that. I am informed as of today, Tuesday, May 23rd, the fire station is back in service, and the personnel have repopulated the station, and we are back in service. Again, I know it was frustrating. I know it took too long, but thankfully we are back. And I also want to mention I have some things for staff that I would like to address. And Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, I know you spoke about fentanyl. And I know that I've been speaking about this for a great length of time, and I did have a discussion with our city manager about this. And if you recall, Downey, some months ago, I asked our staff to look into installing Narcans in all of our city facilities, and I believe that has been completed. We've also increased the awareness and the training with our police department, of course. Our fire department is fully all in, but I have also asked about adding a couple of informative sessions with our parents and our residents, more like a town hall type of event where we bring, again, the group Wolf, which some of you are sitting here in the audience. Thank you for joining us. War on Lethal Fentanyl. We see overdoses happening in some of our schools, and perhaps some of these are accidental. Children, whether they're consuming candy or gummy bears, laced with this substance, but we need to do a better job at educating our community. And I know that our school district is absolutely on board. Councilmember Sosa and I are part of the school district city task force, and we will be having a meeting later this week, and we are all in. We want to make sure that our community stays engaged and continues to be more proactive. We definitely cannot do it alone. And I do want to emphasize for those of you that are watching us via Zoom or YouTube, and those that are in the audience, the city, we do not dictate or control how the school district runs. We are two completely separate entities. However, we have great relationships. We collaborate. We have great respect for each other, and we really want to continue to utilize this relationship and this collaboration through this task force to do better and do more. And so I think in September, I would like to have some kind of a town hall for the community, whether it's a BJR or the Space Center. Also, I've spoken to Wolf about joining National Night Out. And National Night Out is an opportunity for the community to see what law enforcement, and for law enforcement to interact with our community. And it's typically the first Tuesday in August. I believe it's August 3rd this year. But that is a good opportunity. Parents, families, we need to be more engaged and more aware. So that's what's happening, and that's what we've been discussing. Regarding Public Works, and again, I hear a lot, and again, we are the face of the city, and so a lot of the residents email us, contacts us. Many of them even tag us on social media regarding areas that they see unkept. And we have a small but mighty team. And I do want to say thank you to our team, Public Works and Community Development. I know we are trying, but I know we can do better. And there are areas that we need to continue to maintain. I know there's an empty lot along 10820 Longworth Avenue in Downey. This is the little area known as the Triangle on the other side of the 605. And there's an empty lot that, from what I've been informed, belongs to us. And yet there's overgrown weeds, and lately it's been the dumping ground for furniture, etc. So we want to make sure that we get code enforcement out. Also, there's been areas along Gardendale with overgrown, whether it's weeds or bushes and between sidewalks. We really need to do a better job with code enforcement, driving more. And again, maybe we are a little bit understaffed. Maybe we need to increase the number of patrols throughout our city. But with a busy city, we get more things. I'm also made aware, as many of you have noticed, those of us that have been here 30, 40, 50 years, we have seen an increase in transient activity. And some people do not feel safe seeing additional transients outside of supermarkets, whether it's Aldi, whether it's the Dollar Tree. And so I want code enforcement to be mindful and to also, Public Works, I want to hold our businesses accountable for keeping their parking lots and their areas clean. And I also need to make sure that as a community, we are aware that being homeless is not a crime. And the federal laws, unless there's a crime being committed, we cannot go out there and arrest somebody. And so we need to also be mindful that we are doing the very best we can in sending our police officers and teams, mental health and LASA, and people that provide assistance and services to these individuals. And we really are doing what we can within the confines of the law. And I want you to know that. Other than that, that is all I have for tonight. Thank you once again, and that will conclude my comments. City Manager, can you please, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to reiterate, you were talking about Fire Station 4. I wanted to thank staff for putting in the extra effort to make sure we got that online quickly. They've been asked to do a lot over the past couple of weeks to get that station ready to go, and I thank them for their hard work and efforts there. As it relates to homelessness, Mayor, you are correct. We do make sure we engage with our homeless residents in the community. We do offer services and try to make sure that we keep encampments and other things cleaned up as much as we can in the community. Thank you for that comment, and we'll continue to put our efforts into that. Had a long list of items that were presented tonight. Thank you for the seconds. So that's all taken care of at this point, and that's all from staff tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We do have a number of presentations. I do want to let you know that I did choose the Mayor's Legacy Award for Louis Buchanan. However, we are holding that award as she is recovering and not able to join us tonight. But I do want to let you know that, be on the record, that Louis has been such an incredible soul in this community, and she was instrumental in also getting the Downey Coordinating Council started many decades ago. And she has been so involved in various organizations and in Downey for the betterment of this community. But at this time, I'm going to go downstairs and get ready for presentations. Okay, good evening once again. We are going to be a little bit out of order tonight as we get some additional information. I will start tonight with the proclamation in honor of Public Works Week, which is May 21st through the 27th. And I would like to call upon our Director of Public Works to assist in this proclamation. Well, National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the residents of the city of Downey. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, maintenance workers, utility operators, and employees from state and local governments and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, stormwater systems, parks, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public's interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Downey to gain knowledge of and maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the American Public Works Association has celebrated the annual National Public Works Week since 1960, and now, therefore, I, Claudia Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, hereby designate the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023, as National Public Works Week. I urge all residents to join in activities, events, and ceremonies designated to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, maintenance workers, utility operators, and employees, and recognize their substantial contributions to protecting our national health and safety and quality of life. Would you please join me in giving a round of applause to our public works teams? Would you like to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment. I've been with the city for starting my 4th week now, and it's been a real pleasure to see how our staff, our dedicated staff, operates. The maintenance staff who are looking after our streets, our sidewalks, our trees, our parks, our facilities, taking care of all that. Our utilities staff who maintain our water and our sewer system, and our engineering and admin staff that keep our capital projects moving forward and take care of programs like our Keep Downey Beautiful. Very proud to be part of this team. And second, I wanted to take a quick moment to recognize Mr. Ed Norris, our deputy director, who stepped in and was provided great leadership to our team. He's not only a very talented engineer, but he provided a lot of leadership to our team and exhibited great grace throughout this time. And it's a real pleasure. He's invaluable to the team and to myself. And I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Mr. Ed Norris as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
We're going to take a photo.
Okay, great.
They are really invaluable. When our AC goes out at City Hall, or we have a little issue with the water in the restrooms, or we depend on them to help us put, events and take up and put down or do so many things throughout our city. Thank you to Public Works. Really, they are the heroes in a lot of the things that happen in our community, in our city. So thank you. And thank you to the team. I know we've got some Public Works folks outside. Okay. Now I will like to call up, this is a certificate of recognition to Older American of the Year, Rodolfo Rodriguez. Is he here tonight? It's such a pleasure to meet Mr. Rodolfo Rodriguez. He's the Older American of the Year 2023. Mr. Rodolfo was born in Nuevitas, Cuba, and has 2 daughters. He has been an active member of the Barbara J. Riley Senior Center for over 10 years. He frequents the community center and participates in a variety of activities. This past weekend, he attended the Southeast Senior Prom, in which he represented Downey as their prom king, alongside 12 other cities. Mr. Rodriguez started volunteering at the center 5 years ago, in which you can find him calling out bingo or loteria throughout the week and assisting in the kitchen. Mr. Rodriguez, the people at the center say it is a pleasure to work with you, and your service does not go unnoticed. On behalf of the City of Downey's Parks and Recreation Department, we thank you for your commitment. Congratulations on being the 2023 Older American of the Year. Well, I have some goodies for you, but and again, I have a proclamation. I called Jason to come up, our Director of Parks and Rec. But this proclamation reads, Older American of the Year 2023, whereas the City of Downey is committed to helping all individuals maintain their health and independence in later life, and whereas the older adults in the city have an essential role in sharing knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the history of our community through interactions with children, youth, and adults from other generations. And whereas the fruits of knowledge and experience can be effectively transferred from generation to generation through meaningful social interactions, and whereas our community can provide opportunities to enrich citizens, young and old, by emphasizing the value of including elders in public and family life, creating opportunities for older Americans to interact with people of different generations, providing services and support systems that allow older adults to participate in social activities in the community. And now, therefore, I, Claudia Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, do hereby proclaim May 2023 to be Older Americans Month. And I urge every citizen to take time this month to engage with our older citizens through enjoyable social interactions such as sports, games, dance events, and other forms of entertainment. Would you please join me once more in recognizing Mr. Rodolfo Rodriguez? Honoring, thank you, Mr. Herman. Honoring our older generations and honoring their life and their contributions to our community and to our society is really what we must continue to teach our youth, our younger generations. We are who we are because of the road that has been paved by our elders. And we stand on their shoulders. and based on, their love, their commitment to their communities. And I would like Jason to say a few words about Mr. Rodriguez, and then I would like Mr. Rodriguez to say a few words. Jason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On behalf of the department, we would like to say thank you, Rodolfo. You do an amazing job in helping out at BJR. We have some of our staff with us here tonight, Alejandra Garcia, who's our supervisor at BJR, America Patino as well. Our staff loves seniors. We have a list and a calendar all year long of different activities that really get our seniors involved, engaged, have some social time. It's not just bingo and sewing. They are doing active things, meeting with other cities. The 600 seniors who just got together to have a prom was amazing, between 13 cities to work together and to give our seniors an ability to be social with other seniors. Post-COVID, it's something that's important to us, that we're able to protect that population, now get them out and do amazing things like Rodolfo has done for us. So thank you very much for what you do and representing the seniors at our senior center. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the city of Downey. I am very happy to receive that recognition. And I am very happy to be a citizen of Downey. And I hope I continue doing that for a long time.
This pin is for you. This is my Mayor's Challenge coin. Thank you for doing such a great job.
You're very welcome.
This is your plaque and the proclamation. And if we can have our picture with you.
Okay.
Can we get one? Yes, can we have his family come up? I need you to stop whistling, please. Thank you. Yes, that was for you, Mr. Herman. I would like to at this time, we will do our military recognition. And by the way, Mr. Rodriguez is almost 93 years young. So he can definitely teach us a thing or two about being an honorable man and giving back to the community. Thank you. At this time, I would like to call upon, this is a military recognition, and Salma Valentina Cruz, who is a U.S. Army veteran. I'm going to say some things about you. Salma Valentina Cruz is an Army veteran who has served our country with deployments in Kuwait and Iraq. Directly after her graduation from high school, she enlisted in the U.S. Army. Salma completed her training at Fort Jackson, Fort Lee, and then transferred to Fort Hood. There, Salma served as a cook to the 11th Signal Brigade, preparing delicious meals for the military intelligence unit and high-ranking officials. At just 19 years old, Salma served almost a year in the Middle East. During her time in the U.S. Army, she learned valuable skills such as discipline, leadership, self-sufficiency, integrity, and honor. Salma is back home and is pursuing her bachelor's degree in social work at Mount St. Mary's University in Los Angeles. As she transitions back to civilian life, she hopes to continue serving her community and make a positive impact. Can we give her a round of applause? Would you like to say a few words?
I just want to say thank you. I'm a little nervous. I didn't expect for there to be a lot of people here. Although I like serving, I loved it. I loved my time there. I love being back home. So I just want to thank my family for supporting me through my 4 years in the Army, and for the city of Downey for recognizing me as well. So thank you guys.
Well, we've got quite a few goodies for you, Salma. And this, of course, is a certificate of recognition for your service on behalf of the citizens of Downey in recognition of your tireless efforts in the United States Army. Your dedication to our country in the field, in the fight for our freedoms throughout the world is commendable. We pay special tribute to you for your military service to the United States of America, given this 23rd day of May, 2023. And again, this also is the City of Downey salutes your service, Salma Valentina Cruz, with great recognition and appreciation for so bravely serving in the United States Army. Your service and sacrifice will never be forgotten. This is my mayor's pen. Thank you. Do well. And this is the city pen. And we have your banner as well. And it's quite lengthy.
Yeah.
If you would like to take it with you. And I would like my...
It was in the good part of Downey. So.
Yes? Where was it?
Right in front of the Chick-fil-A. So everybody got to see it.
Very good, very good. Council colleagues. As a military veteran, I also would like our city manager to join in this photograph. Can we have her family join us? And congratulations to Salma on the upcoming arrival of a little girl. We also have a special recognition. And this is, a posthumous recognition. We were supposed to have done this before, and I would like to call upon Kathy and Jasper Red Basinger's son to join me. This is a certificate of recognition that we had planned to give back in February on the 22nd. And Jasper Red Basinger was a very special man in this community. And we wanted to congratulate him on the publication of his book titled I Like to Tell It. And we were honored to share the celebration of this book, but also his love for this community and all the years that he invested here and raised a family. And would you please join me in recognizing, rest in peace, Jasper Red Basinger.
First of all, I'd like to thank the City Council for inviting me or allowing me to speak on behalf of my father. And I do have a book for each of the council members. I have 5 books that you can have. And yes, my father was supposed to be here on February 22nd. Unfortunately, he had a little accident and he never was quite the same, and he passed on April 10th of this year. My father was 102 years old. He would have been 103 on July 14th of this year. The book is basically a biography, and I'll just go into a little bit of history of my father and my family because we date way back in Downey history. My grandfather originally bought a couple lots on Imperial near Woodruff back in 1928. And then that was for his father, my great-grandfather, and his wife. Then my grandfather moved what now is Basinger Street. And my grandfather bought 6 acres there, and he sold a lot to my father, and my father built his own home there. It's all in the book, and he basically lived there his whole life until he passed. And subsequently, there were 2 other Basinger streets that went into town. So we go way back in this town, but it was actually my grandfather who the street was named after. But my father was the one that lived here the longest. Some of the things my father participated in this city was he was one of the original fundraisers for the old Downey YMCA, built about 1961, 62, 63. It is now boarded up. I'm hoping to reopen it because it was a great part of my childhood and so many of the people I grew up with, and some I still remain friends to today. So yeah, he was a realtor for 10 years working with Downey Realty. Sold a lot of property, made a lot of friends, and ultimately was the passion behind him becoming a landlord and owning some property here and renting out to renters. He was also a draftsman and an engineer, worked as a tool designer. My father was, like I said, he built his own home, built his own garage, everything. And he was a do-it-yourself, jack of all trades type person. And also, he was a World War II vet. He served in the Pacific Theater, was on Tinian and Iwo Jima at the time that the atom bomb was delivered there. A very rich part of Downey history, and so on and so forth. So there will be copies of this book in the Downey Library. And thank you very much for coming tonight and allow me to honor my father. I could talk all night, but we got to move it on, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you for being here.
Yeah.
We really honor your father's memory. This is a challenge, the mayoral challenge coin from me to you to continue your father's rich legacy.
Thank you.
Here is a pin.
Oh, thank you.
And if we can have the council members.
I can't wait to read the book. Oh, thank you.
May I hold it?
Sure. You want to come up? Oh, yeah. I have my dad's speech. I have my dad's speech. Okay. Born in Whittier, grew up in Long Beach. Thanks again. I actually had my dad's speech that he was going to deliver back on February 22nd. And in my moment of nervousness, I forgot to talk about it. So this will be very short. And it's basically a history of how the book came about. Back when my father turned 90, my mom, who is no longer with us, convinced my father to record his life on a recorder. And so he started in, and 18 hours later, that was what launched us into the moment that we were able to publish the book. And so I'll go into a little bit of what he wanted to say. My teacher in the computer class was Kelly Holt. Besides being a good teacher, she was very friendly and outgoing. One day during a break, she casually mentioned I should record my life story, which I had already done. That, and shared what I would like to make that into a book. I agreed, and after many hours of editing and the help of friends, a manuscript was produced. While the book was being published, my neighbor and good friend, Annie Rojas, she's here too, and she's quite an instrumental part of the Downey civic goings-on, was busy getting the word out, along with gaining some publicity. So here we are today, and I'm very pleased with the interest you are showing for my father in the book. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. That's your phone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And, oh, this is your pen. I would like to take a brief moment to acknowledge the veterans that are here in this audience. Would you please stand? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, veterans, for your service. Thank you and your families for your service. Our freedoms, we owe that to you. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice to our country. At this time, we're going to go ahead and start our business. Let's do this. Okay, there are two public hearings items this evening. One, the residential preferential parking district on the north and south sides of Buckle Street between Lakewood Boulevard and Bellflower Boulevard. And that the City Council, number one, conduct a public hearing concerning the establishment of a residential preferential parking district on the north and south side of Buckle Street between Lakewood Boulevard and Bellflower Boulevard. And number two, adopt resolution number 23-8168, resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey establishing a residential preferential parking district on the north and south sides of Buckles Street between Lakewood Boulevard and Bellflower Boulevard. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:47. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
I will make a motion. I need a second to receive and file the publication.
Second.
Please vote.
Sorry, Mayor, give me 1 second, please. The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. Ed Norris, Deputy Director of Public Works, will provide the report.
Good evening, Mayor Frometta, members of the City Council, City Manager Bradley, and staff. The city received a request for the establishment of a preferential parking district on the north and south sides of the 9010 through 9060 block of Buckle Street between Lakewood Boulevard and Bellflower Boulevard due to overflow parking from other nearby uses, which have created late-night disturbances due to noise and other nuisances, including vehicles parked too close to driveways, trash left behind, etc., for the residents of the aforementioned block of Buckle Street. There are 42 on-street parking spaces along the subject block of Buckle Street. However, only 18 of the 42 spaces will be included within the proposed preferential parking district if approved. The police department conducted license plate surveys on July 16th and July 17th, 2022, between the hours of 2 to 6 a.m. to confirm the number of vehicles parked on Buckle Street during the time of the surveys, as well as how many of the vehicles are registered to non-residents. Based on the results of the license plate surveys, 100% of the on-street parking spaces were occupied, and 93% and 83% of the parked vehicles were registered to non-residents on the two survey dates, respectively. A petition was received from the residents of the aforementioned portion of Buckle Street in October 2022, requesting the prohibition of overnight parking between the hours of 2 and 6 a.m. every day, including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, and the establishment of a preferential parking district. The petition was signed by 10 of 13, or 77%, of the property owners on the block, with all 10 owners in favor of the proposal. Based on the results of the parking occupancy and license plate surveys and the petition received, staff has verified that the necessary criteria and level of support have been met for the establishment of a preferential parking district and a prohibition of overnight parking between the hours of 2 to 6 a.m., including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays on the subject block of Buckle Street, and that the proposed boundaries of the district constitute a reasonably self-contained area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this item and adoption of the accompanying resolution. In addition, the Public Works Committee approved the subject preferential parking district at its meeting on April 20th of 2023. Assuming the City Council adopts the resolution establishing the preferential parking district and that 50% of the residents of Buckle Street apply for preferential parking permits within 60 days of the adoption of the establishing resolution, signs giving notice of the parking prohibition between the hours of 2 to 6 a.m., including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, with an exemption for preference for permitted vehicles, will be posted. Permits may then be purchased by residents within the district boundaries for a cost of $50 annually. If fewer than 50% of the residents obtain permits, or if the number of permit holders falls below 50%, however, the City Council may repeal the district during a public hearing noticed at least 10 days in advance. The district may also be terminated by resolution of the City Council through a notice public hearing upon receipt and verification of a petition signed by a majority of the property owners within the district. Such determination shall be based upon a finding that the conditions set forth in the establishing resolution no longer exist or have diminished to such extent that the continuation of the district is unnecessary. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. In addition, there are residents from Buckle Street that are here this evening who may wish to comment on this item.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for your presentation. As I'm looking at the report, again, the total parking space is 42. And then the occupied by non-residents, again, Buckle Street between Lakewood Boulevard to Bellflower. And the survey was July 16th, 2022. The quantity occupied by non-residents was 39.
Are you asking what percentage was occupied by non-residents? 93% and 83% on the two respective survey dates.
Okay. And again, those were the only 2 days that we surveyed that particular segment.
That's correct, yes.
And now Bellflower Boulevard, have we discussed the issue in that there was a segment along Bellflower Boulevard where residents, again, we established that preferential parking permit in a street parallel to Bellflower, right?
Yeah,
And
Corrigan
then-
Avenue.
Corrigan, yes,
Yes.
right here. And then what happened was residents, again, on Bellflower Boulevard, were not able to park there because currently there's no parking. There's a parking restriction there. Have we looked into solving that issue?
Well, there's yes.
Because again, the reason I ask is because as we look at this, and I know that this will continue to spill onto other neighborhoods because parking is an issue these days. When the city was built in the 50s and the homes had, 1.5 spaces for cars. I don't know how we say 1.5, where the 0.5 is coming from, but anyway, that's neither here or there. Now residences are having 3, 4, 5, 6 vehicles. Now, as we continue to look at these situations and do these studies, more and more and more neighborhoods are going to want to be part of this preferential parking. So then what happens to the other streets? These cars are spilling into, and again, I'm looking at more than likely, these cars belonging to apartment complexes around this. Again, and we don't have the magic bullet or the magic wand to solve all this, but what I'm saying is Bellflower Boulevard, have we lifted restrictions for parking there?
Mayor, I think we actually have an item that's addressing some of that issue later on this agenda, and item number 14, which will talk about some options that we are proposing to deal with the residents on Bellflower.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll address some of your
Yes.
thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions or thoughts on this?
I do, Madam Mayor. Can you tell me about the survey, Mr. Norris? What time are the surveys conducted?
They're both conducted between the hours of 2 to 6 a.m., which was the requested, when the parking restriction was requested on the street.
So while the survey is being conducted, you found that 93 or 83% of the vehicles in the area in question were non-residents.
Yes, that's correct.
So then I would have to believe that the residents had safely parked their vehicles somewhere else. Maybe their driveways or their garages. But now we're being asked to displace probably renters because the homeowners would like to have preferential parking right in front of their house, right on the street that belongs to everybody.
Yes.
So the apartment complex right behind it, do we know if they have any rules like how many parking spots they have per apartment? I have to believe that at some point we have to start looking at the apartment complexes and seeing what rules they have to take care of their parking issues, because these owners of these apartment complexes are probably doing really well on their rents, and they should probably provide some parking for their tenants so they don't spill over into our homeowners, right?
Correct.
So
I believe well, it depends on when they're built, but the current code requires 1 space per bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think an additional space for every number of units, a guest space for every 2 units or something to that effect.
And I'm curious, when the survey's conducted, did they survey whether there are cars parked in driveways?
No, just surveys
Street.
focused just on the on-street parking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Norris. That's all the questions I had, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you clarify, Mr. Norris, how many permits would be allotted to each household?
How many permits are allowed per household?
Yes.
A total of 3. 2, what we call residential permits, which are come in the form of a decal, which is affixed to the vehicle, and they're non-transferable from vehicle to vehicle. And each residence is also entitled to 1 guest permit, which is a hang tag, which goes in the rear view mirror, which can be transferable from vehicle to vehicle.
Thank you.
It just, Madam Mayor, so we're being asked to give homeowners who have a driveway and a garage, to give them 2 permits. And so now they don't have to use their garage or their driveway because they could just park in the street, right? And maybe those garages and those driveways are going unused while our poor renters are having to walk blocks to find a parking spot. I mean, so now if I'm a homeowner, can I have 4 cars? 1 in the driveway, 1 in the garage, and 2 out in the street because they're going to give me a permit.
Conceivably, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me just add to this comment. I've been working on these streets for the last 2 years. All the information is not being available. There are a number of people that park on their lawns are getting tickets. So it's not the availability of a driveway. It's not the availability, they're not using their garages. It's just a congestion between Lakewood and Bellflower, and it's coming from the apartment buildings, the main sources. Some of the homes on Vultee, one has no driveway, has just a curb. The woman is an amputee, so she needs her groceries and everything delivered to her. And if you block the streets at a certain point, someone has to double park in the street just to deliver groceries, medical care. There's no availability other than the permit on Vultee for this woman. She has no garage, like I said, she has no garage. There is no way, no one has a vehicle in their home. So it's a congested problem. It's not because they're not using their driveways, because I get complaints every year that they're being ticketed because it's on 2 o'clock in the morning. They're parking on their lawns. They're getting the tickets from law enforcement. And that was one of the issues that I brought up back in February about expanding the time to 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And it's just not because they're using the garages for something else. It's other reasons. So take it as it will.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I will now, if there's no additional questions or comments, thank you very much, Ed. Appreciate the presentation. I will now open this item for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, and how many speakers do we have for this?
We have a total of 10 for this item.
Okay. Okay, seeing we have a very full agenda, and this is just the first public hearing, our Madam City Attorney indicates we can limit and reduce the number, reduce the time to 2 minutes. I will not entertain any boos in here. If you are out of order, you will be asked to leave the council chambers. And this is per our city attorney and per our Downey Municipal Code regarding rules of decorum. And if I give one warning and if I give another one, that means you're out. Thank you. If I can have speaker number 1 come up regarding this public hearing item. Yes, 2 minutes.
Per city attorney, but I won't tolerate it. I get it. Okay, I. Okay, I'm in favor of these folks getting preferential parking, residential preferential parking. They need some relief. It's not going to punish renters at all. Renters can go ahead and have 2 permits as well, as long as they're renting the house. It's time we start representing the homeowners around here, and they're the ones paying the bills. And it's time they start getting some preferential treatment that they can park in front of their house or in their driveway, whatever they decide. If they have some people visiting, they should be allowed to take the permit off of their mirror and let their visitors use that permit as well. Renters can also use it. Homeowners need a break. Some houses have 7, 8 vehicles, and there's only 3 or 4 adults in the property. I can't imagine all of those vehicles are registered and insured. I just can't imagine that. Now we've got motorhomes, trailers, they park those everywhere now. They're blocking the streets. Homeowners need a break. Approve this, give these people a break, and just for the record, the no cameras is a clear violation of federal civil rights for the disabled people. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 2 may come up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Isabel Perez. I am one of the homeowners, property tax payers for the Downeywood HOA, which is adjacent to 9033 Buckle Street. We are 9001 through 9027. We would like to be afforded the same opportunity to purchase the residential preferential parking permits. We also would like the portion adjacent to our property to be included in one of these two options, option 1 or option 2. We are paying property taxes just like every other homeowner, very high. We also do have 2-car garages, and just to correct some of the thinking, we have grown children that are driving, going to college. So our 2-car garage is used by my husband and I, and our son needs the street parking. We do not have driveways. We are a homeowners association. With the Corrigan permit situation, it has limited the parking now on Buckles Street. So yes, the majority of those on Buckle Street are apartment complexes that are not within this area. We definitely are for the preferential parking permit situation, but we do ask that you reconsider and include us as part of the area that's being discussed and giving us the opportunity to purchase those parking permits. We are owner occupied, 96% owner occupied. I also just want to say, Mayor Trujillo, because you are a renter, you definitely are not poor. If you saw how much rent is in Downey, they're definitely not poor. And that was a statement you made earlier about the poor renters. So please note that, because rent is higher than our mortgage for many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Linda G. Kim. I'm a resident at 9009 Buckle Street, which is a part of the Downeywood HOA, a homeowners association that my neighbor Isabel just spoke about. And I just wanted to reinforce the fact that we deal with the same issues that the single-family homeowners deal with on Buckle Street, and yet we're being excluded from the preferential parking district and the ability to purchase those permits. With respect to the study that was done in July of 2022, do you consider our cars to be resident cars of that street or not? Because I know our family parks on that street at night because we don't have enough spots in the contained area within our garage, and we don't have that many spots in our HOA. So we would also like to be able to park on the street that we reside on the street that we own a home on. It's a little smaller than the single family homes on the rest of the street, but it's still our home. And we'd like to be able to park there and be afforded the same spaces and ability and access to our home from our car. So I just respectfully ask that you consider to include our homeowners association. We're just that remaining edge of Buckle Street. We are owners and we deal with the same issues that the other single-family homeowners do on that street. So that is my request, and thank you very much for hearing us out.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Speaker number 4 may come up.
So, regardless of density and congestion, the collusion here is reckless and evil motive. And why do I say that? Because the report is based on racism. And motherfucker racists are fascist bullshitters because everyone should have a right to park on a public street. However, incidentally, we're finding out that this collusion of recklessness is because individuals don't want to share the goddamn fucking street. Now, let's face it. In America today, there are more than 7 cars in a driveway. And usually the case is because the gentrification of children have to live with mommy and daddy still. Right, mommy from Meta? And just because you're fortunate to have a nice lengthy driveway and a 4-car garage in addition to an addition garage, and you let your renters live in the garage, that's the reason why there's density, mommy. That's the reason why your fucked up governor allowed us to turn our garages into living quarters, and we no longer have the space. So we shove the cars, back them up into the streets, and then the renters can't park. Dumbass landlords don't provide enough parking. And this whole fucking system regarding these referrals of preferential parking districts are all fucked up. You should have done this a long time ago like they've done in Pasadena. White niggers too in Pasadena know how to do it right. You put permits on a radius of the area, meaning that you can include, as the lady that presently talked about, what about my fucking street? Well, she's right. What about her fucking street? She wants preferential parking too. So either you get it right, you provide everyone who deems it that they need it, and allow it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 5 may come up.
Okay, so on this issue, parking, we've seen this time and time again here on the council. And, you've had a lot of discussions. I would like an update. I know that some of the council members, last time this came up, some of the council members asked, well, could we, for example, coordinate with the commercial lots? Not very far away from this street in order to facilitate overnight parking for all residents. Both the ones that are living in single-family homes and paying off a mortgage and those that are renting. So that seems like that would be a responsible thing to do for the council to treat both tenants and, mortgage purchasers in an equitable way. That would be good. And I agree with the statement that everyone should have that right. Whether you're in an apartment, you should be able to purchase it. Whether you're in the home, you should be able to purchase it. Because, maybe you can think about broader solutions, right? Like, yes, coordinating with the property owners, having a little shuttle, the shuttle would be good. Some U.S. cities have already established that. They have a little shuttle that goes around and then drops people off. It promotes community. It's safer, and it solves the overnight parking issue. You just gotta be willing to take that innovative approach instead of how, the citizens had to come to you with this, but you can take a far more proactive approach, and you can think overall about what it's going to look like, because certainly with the situation we have, with more people needing cars, we need long-term solutions. So I would like an update on those prior requests from the council. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 6 may come up.
I would like to start off by saying that the presentation that they gave up there, showing the map of the areas that are located for zoning for preferential parking, does not match what is being publicly distributed. In the public distribution on paper, there is more areas marked. So this could be lack of transparency and misleading to the public, who needs to comment on this appropriately. Someone said that, actually, I want to compliment Mr. Trujillo. Trujillo was acknowledging that there are people who have driveways, and that this would not only allow them to keep their garages and their driveways, but now would give them special liberties or access to public streets, which I pay for. I'm a homeowner here in Downey on the 4th District. We all pay taxes. So how can some people get preferential treatment and screw over people who are poor, people who are renters, people who have larger than 3 members in their family, large families like the mayor's family is pretty big, more than 3 members. So this is a discrimination against small families, renters, and poor people. Someone said there's no poor people. Then why is there an increase of transients? Why did we have to provide programs that funded housing here in Downey, where people had to sign up because they couldn't pay rent, especially during the pandemic, which we are just barely walking out of today? There is a need for the public streets, which are paid by everyone, to be accessible to everyone. Also, my neighbors have lots of parties, all the time. And the street gets crowded. And although sometimes I don't find parking in front of my house, I don't complain because I feel that my neighbor should be able to celebrate his daughter's birthday, their children's graduation, or whatever event they want to practice. If they can't do that with restricted parking.
Thank you for that. I'm informed the map that was being shown corresponds to another item on our agenda. And I may want to point that out. Speaker number 7 may come up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm also a member of the Downeywood Homeowners Association, and I just want to echo the words of the folks who came previous to me and my neighbors that we would like to be also included in being allowed to get in permits to park. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Hi, speaker number 8 may come up.
My name is Eugene Hawk. I'm here with my wife, Mary. We live at 11664 Bellflower Boulevard, which is perpendicular to Buckles. And, you know, you talked about a driver's license survey. Well, you should do it Thursday morning when it's street sweeper time. Many people from the live in the houses come out to move their cars. So they're not all people from the renters. I have a home and income there, and I'm providing off-street parking for 11 cars. So I'm doing my share, but I think that because of all the problem, it's not just a local problem. It's all over Downey, it's in other cities. Mm-hmm. So you can't have everybody in the whole town eventually will want to have a preferential parking. So you just can't do that. It wouldn't work. So we'll end up like Boston where you can't park no matter what you do. Mm-hmm. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 9 may come up.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and corresponding department heads. As a fellow civil servant, I'd like to say that I appreciate your sacrifices and efforts in being here today. With that, the saga of parking on Buckle Street is one of injury and insult from the perspective of the homeowners that live on Buckle Street. I am one of them. The injury is the inability to park in front of the property for which we pay property taxes and corresponding city fees for pertinent city services. And the insult comes in the form of blocking our driveway, the cleanup of various forms of trash and human waste in different forms, that comes when individuals who do not respect the area park there because they do not live in that area. Additionally, one of the other creative forms that we have to find a solution for is my handicapped wife having to move the trash bins because Downey Municipal Code stipulates that trash cans will not be collected if they are blocking the driveway. But there is little recourse left for when there are other vehicles parked in front of our property. So it just gets more and more difficult and has only been compounded by the fact that the corresponding intersecting streets of Corrigan, Raybert, and Volte have received such permitting already by this council. And to them, I say congratulations, and for you on those decisions, I say bravo. because you recognize the problems and have set a precedent that these problems have only pervaded and are still plaguing the one remaining street in this triangle between Bellflower, Lakewood, and Stewart and Gray, that of Buckle Street. And all we are asking for is the ability to park in front of our own property, not anywhere else, and parity with our neighbors for decisions that this council has already made. So with that, I urge you to please accept the recommendation of staff and of the Public Works Commission that was previously submitted on April 20th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Looks like we have one more speaker on this item. Oh, two more speakers. Okay. Speaker number 10 may come up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City
Hello.
Council. A little more relaxed, third time here in Council. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of the people in Buckle Street. I know that this survey was done, I'm pretty sure it was done on vehicles that live there, property owners that live there, but I'm not gonna, question that survey at this moment. But like I said, the big disadvantage that we have a high-speed street, Bellflower, which is so dangerous in the various moments throughout the day, 40, 50 mile per hour vehicles. Our corner has numerous accidents occur for the past year, and but the second option that it was presented, which I embrace, because the disadvantage of not being able to park on your street, it's huge. And on top of that, you got a street which is, there's a big gap between traffic lights, so there's a major danger there. But consider the fact that we are homeowners. I don't speak bad about renters. I was a renter for so many years, but a homeowner has a commitment with the city and with this community and planning to stay there for many years. A renter could just leave any time with no remorse, but I'm a homeowner, so take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Speaker number 11.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I had a lot of points, but I'm only going to get to two. You've created the 3 out of 4 streets you've given access to and you've approved. So what you've done is you've created a prison for the last of us homeowners. We can't leave. If we leave after 3:30, we're not getting parking. We do have more cars. I apologize for that than our parking at our house allows. So we have 2 more cars. And if I leave to go to work and I'm on call, I got to park at Walmart. And that's not fair to me. And so, yeah, I would really like to park in front of my house, sorry. And I'm a homeowner. So other than that, we just really need the spots. And you got 3 out of 4, and we're the 4th. So please, that's all I'm asking you is give it to us. This is kind of what we need. And as a homeowner, got a minute to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, are there any more speakers regarding this public hearing that have not spoken? Okay. I will entertain a motion in a second to close public comment.
Mayor, I'd like to add comments to this.
Oh, yes,
because-
let's go ahead and close public comment first,
Okay,
and then
okay.
we can comment. I'll make a motion. Can I get a
Second.
second? Okay, let's vote to close public comment first. And
The motion is approved unanimously.
thank you. Councilmember Horn, I'll get to you in just a moment. I wanted our city manager to address the issue with the additional speakers regarding including that section, that portion of Buckles into this, and I would like for you to address that.
So I think what you're asking, Mayor, is how does the process work for adding additional streets as a preferential parking area?
for our public to understand the process.
Process.
We can't just include it in this public hearing. They have to.
They have to go through a petition. I got you. So they have to go through. So how we work this process is that there is a petition that's signed by residents that live in a particular area on a particular street. They're contiguous to each other. They come together with a petition and they ask the city to begin the process of studying a preferential parking district. We go through a survey where we need at least 75% of the residents that live on the street to say that they're interested in forming a district, and then we go through an evaluation process with staff. Hence, as you've seen with other areas in this neighborhood, that they've gone through the process by petitioning the city to create preferential parking districts on their various streets, and this is the final area in this neighborhood.
Thank you for that, City Manager. I hope that clarifies that we cannot include that in this particular process during this public hearing. I would like staff to reach out to one of the speakers and provide that additional information. If they want to pursue that process, they can do so with the right contact. But Councilmember Horn, you had some
Can I
comments?
just briefly ask how many people of Buckle Street are here? Would you inquire how many residents are here? Thank you. As you know, I've been complaining about this since February, March. I've also issued, to speed up things, possible solutions, and I've given it to our city manager. We're still evaluating it. I can talk an hour about this, but I'm not going to. I'm going to shorten it. One of the issues that was brought up about the HOAs, I've had vast experience with this. Depending upon your HOA, they do have permits inside that they give to the homeowners, but a lot of them refuse to purchase them. They prefer not to spend the money at the HOA, getting the permit. They park on the public streets in the residential area. I've lived through this nightmare since 2017. I've spoken with Ed Norris. Ed Norris has tried to solve this 2 years ago, trying to use the commercial property on the south side of Stewart and Gray. To no avail. We cannot use that private property even during certain hours. But my priority is to give the residents first, not because they live there and it's been brought up. They live there. They have the right to that one spot in front of their house. If they want to work within themselves to, if you have a party and I do this myself because I had to fight through this myself in 2017. We as a neighborhood say, have your party. I will concede my spot. I will give you a spot on my driveway. And we worked it out as a neighborhood. But the neighborhood should have the first priority over people from outside of their neighborhood, even if it's coming from the block next door. Each one of these streets, I worked on Volte, I worked on Corrigan when I was on Public Works Committee, so I'm very familiar. I've visited the residents, I've heard their complaints. There's other issues which has not been brought up, and I'm not going to expose it because it's a weakness in the neighborhoods, and I don't want it to be expanded. But in regard, like I said, to the HOA, I apologize, but my experience is it's a planning issue. Most of them that I know of do provide permits, but the residents refuse to pay for it, so they park on the public street, thus violating the rights, in my opinion, of the homeowners. So rather than talk about an hour, that's just kind of a shotgun to the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horn. And the property to the south you're talking about is the Downey Landing. And I know that we've discussed that at great length in previous years because there is a space there, but unfortunately, it doesn't appear that that is a viable option. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do want to clarify. Is Councilmember Horn, are you saying that you have it on good word from somewhere on our staff that we have approached the owners of the Downey Landing to see if we can use some of that parking space for local residents, and they said no?
I would have to refer back to Ed Norris, because when we were on Public Works, if you allow him to explain it, we worked on that last year when I was on the Public Works Committee. So I don't know if you want to allow him to make a comment on that. But when I was on Public Works, it was determined that we could not use because it was private property. Now, maybe we can use it at a certain point in the night, but it was invaluable that we could use private property where the restaurants are during the nighttime for extra parking of the residents to relieve it. In some parts of the city, we do use the public parks to have a lot of.
Okay, Councilman, I think you've answered my question. I want clarification, City Manager, whether we have approached the owners of the Downey Landing in our city capacity to see if we could come into this agreement of whether we can use their private property, which I understand we already have this type of agreement somewhere else in the city. I don't want I believes or I think. I want to know, and I want it verified by you, Mr. City Manager, that we approached these owners and they said no. So if we could look into that with the staff.
Happy to look into it. I don't have an answer for you at this moment, but we can definitely get you an answer on that.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments or questions regarding this public hearing?
I'd like to just add one thing to his comment. Let's check on the time that we can use it, if we can use it, what time we can use it, if it's available.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
At this time, I will entertain a motion and a second.
I'll make that motion, and I do have additional comment, but I am going to make a motion that we grant the residents who followed the process, they filed the petition. I make a motion that they be granted preferential parking per their request.
I will second it. Go ahead.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to item number 2 in our agenda is a resolution adjusting the city's uniform fee schedule for the processing of concealed carry weapons, CCW permits, that the city council, 1, conduct a public hearing, and 2, adopt a resolution number 23-8169, a resolution of the Council of the City of Downey adjusting the city's uniform schedule of fees. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 8:32. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
Yes, Mayor.
I will make a motion. Can I get a second to receive and file the publication?
Second.
Let's vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager, who is providing the staff report on this item?
Chief Murray will.
Okay. Thank you. We can't, Chief Murray, I don't think that mic is on.
It's on now, Mayor.
Is it?
You just can't hear me?
Oh,
We
we can hear you now.
Tonight. Good evening, I apologize. So before you tonight, I have a resolution, or you have a resolution adjusting the city's fee schedule as it relates to CCW permitting. And for the sake of brevity tonight, we went over this CCW process at the last city council meeting. But as a result of legislative changes last year, the CCW, the carry concealed weapons permitting process has changed. And as a result, we're receiving many more applications for CCW permits. And prior to last year, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department processed all CCW permits that were received at the city. But because of the increase in the numbers, they've deferred that back to the local agencies, Downey being one of their non-contract cities. So with that shift, we had to adopt a process to proceed with those CCW applications. Before you, the resolution having to do with the fee changes basically outlines the fees that are related to our new process. Excuse me. So prior to the change last year, the cost for the CCW was all handled by the LA County Sheriff's Department. But going forward, as part of the analysis, the CCW application permit would be approximately $941. Those fees are outlined in the attachment, which you'll see in Exhibit 1, that outlines the fees that we would be able to collect to proceed with processing those applications. So approval of the proposed recommendation would result in an estimated revenue increase of approximately $5,000 to the general fund, but would also require an allocation of $7,500 to the police department fund to cover a $150 cost associated with psychological exams. So the fiscal impact is fairly minimal, but it would, in conclusion, adoption of the resolution to adjust the fee schedule would allow the city to move forward with processing of CCW permit applications. And that concludes my presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief Murray. We appreciate this, and I know we went through this last council meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Council colleagues, do you have any questions or comments regarding this? If not, we will now open, thank you, Chief Murray.
Thank you.
We'll now open this item for public comment. City Clerk, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, if there's no written public comment, I will now move to public comment on this item, the CCW schedule of fees. And members of the public wishing to address the City Council may now come forward. How many speakers do we have?
2 fucking minutes.
We have 4, Mayor.
Okay.
What color?
Green, Mr. Martinez. Green.
The color cards are green, and speaker number 1 may come up. And again, the public hearing time for these will be 2 minutes, as we have a really robust agenda tonight.
I have a green card. Number 1. Robust agenda, robust gaslighting tonight. We've had a lot of it. Adjust the uniform fee schedule. Since we're going to be charged another $900 to the fee, that's another tax for us. We should readjust everything and lower everything down 75%, because we need a break from these exorbitant fees, especially since you raised them 10% last budget. I'm not sure why the city has to have a concealed carry since the county don't want to do it. Why can't the city just say no? We have a Second Amendment right to carry our own weapon anyway. Why should we trust you to have us have a concealed carry permit? I don't see the point. I mean, we already have permission to carry a gun for our own protection. The Supreme Court already ruled on that, especially in New York. What it is you want more money from us. That's what it boils down to, so you can start giving some of that money to your friends. And that's what you're gonna see here tonight. You're gonna see the grifters lining up, wanting money from the general fund, and you're gonna approve it because they're your friends. They don't wanna pay for their own stuff with their own money. We've already had LA CATA get an extra $20,000 from the Federal Community Development Block Grant on top of the 25 grand they already get. Whole Child went from 25,000 to 50,000. I mean, Community Family Guidance Center, $900 already. More money.
Thank you
That's
for
what you're
that.
after.
Speaker number 2 may come up. And it's the green card.
I got a wetback card here, green. But the green I'm talking about is the $941 for a permit for a concealed weapon. You know, let's give this illustration. You know, back in the day when I was in LA and I went to a public safety meeting, some rotten public safety pig by the name of Mitchell Englander, a former councilman who was indicted for corruption in Los Angeles and going to Vegas with a concealed weapon, was accusing me of carrying a weapon into City Hall in Los Angeles. And we know the result of that was that I never went to jail. And the reason was because a white nigger too like me has a right to protect myself simply by carrying a box cutter knife into a public safety meeting because I was surrounded by a bunch of pigs with guns and tasers and batons. Now that's the scenario. But when you got to go through a background investigation for $398, live scan with $25, psychological exam for $150, DOJ $93, renewal fees of $25, and the city of Downey administration costs of $100 on top of that, renewal of $25, you're bleeding the taxpayers for these fucking regulations in which we as the American people have a right under the Second Amendment to protect ourselves. That's why I leave my fucking doors open at my home, because I wish for you to come in through that door. I wish to paint my walls red with your fucking blood if you come through the door and provoke me while I am resting in the darkness of my madness, knowing that I can't protect myself under the Second Amendment, 42C, 1983, politely. Fuck you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Okay, so on this issue, I'm very concerned about it on multiple levels. First of all, okay, so why is Luna refusing to do this? It really is actually better if it's centralized, meaning there's one place that does it if we're going to do it at all. And that's because it's easier to keep things accountable. If something goes wrong in the process, say we could have gone to the sheriffs and investigate that whole department. But now that he's refusing to do that, it makes it a lot harder to keep track of what's happening, which is probably the reason he's doing it. So, because, he doesn't support like cutting back on crime or anything like that. He doesn't support First Amendment or anything. Or even the Second Amendment. He just supports himself. But that's besides the point. And a whole other thing that worries me is that not only is he outsourcing it to the cities like Downey, he's outsourcing it, well, you are outsourcing it to some consultant in Temecula. Wow. Is there seriously nobody who can do this that's closer? And then why are you choosing that one company? Why is there no bidding process? Why are you funneling this money to Temecula? There's got to be some reason that, of course, is probably not a very good reason. And then, of course, there's during the closed session, we talked about this, and Mr. Trujillo says there's nothing to worry about, but the Downey Police Department is all over the LA Times being called out essentially for corruption. So is that going to have a role here? Or are you outsourcing it to the Temecula consultant so that it becomes easier to track if there's ever a problem?
Thank you for that. Speaker number 4 may come up.
A valid question is to ask, why is the sheriff now doing their job? Everyone here pays taxes. They should be the ones doing this. Everyone pays taxes. They're the ones who should be doing this. And I don't feel as safe knowing that we have to outsource this to consultants. Sure, the LA Times is currently calling our own PD corrupt, But you guys swear by our PD. Why aren't you putting your trust in our own agency? I just don't think this is fair to the public, to the taxpayers, or align with the Constitution, which is the Second Amendment. Either you do it, take responsibility, make sure that you're the ones documenting this because you're the ones responsible for conducting this business, or have it allocated to Temecula. That I just don't think that that's responsibility by our elected officials. I'm going to admit I don't trust our PD currently either, given the allegations of corruption. But at least I can hold them accountable by walking down to the station and making a records request. I don't know if I will be able to make records requests to this consultant firm. I don't know if anything goes wrong with these licensing, the way that they're distributed or permitted, if I can hold them accountable, because they might not be as beholden to the community or the taxpayer like our own personal PD is. With that said, Downey PD should handle this, and they should not be lazy. Don't be lazy.
Thank you for that. Any more speakers regarding this public hearing item? Hearing none, I will make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, is there anything, council colleagues, any comments, any questions regarding this item? I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 23-8168. Can I get a second? Second. Please vote. Oh, I mistakenly voted no. Okay.
The motion is approved unanimously.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, now this is the time for public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. I will now take public comment, and if you didn't receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room, and a number card will be issued to you. And once again, thank you for joining us tonight. I will continue to remind, per our city attorney, that the rules of decorum continue to apply, and copies of the meeting rules are also located in the back of the chambers. Speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. And violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may result in an administrative fine under Downey's Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right, as you know, must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in this evening's meeting will abide by those. Yelling and whistling and booing and screaming and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting will not be tolerated, and any conduct that interferes with or disrupts the persons that are addressing the council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members when they are speaking, and any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. I remind the speakers that based on our municipal code and our rules of decorum, your comments must be addressed to me directly and not to the other city council members, city staff, or the audience. And I think that has also been addressed by our interim city attorney as well. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence regarding any matters on the agenda?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay. At this time, let's see. We have 22 speakers and 23 speakers, thank you. And we will have 2 minutes per speaker. Speaker number 1 may come up.
Lee Squire, Vietnam Veterans of Downey, Death Before Dishonor. Mayor, City Council, we the people of the City of Downey, Veterans of Downey, and the Gold Star parents. On Sunday, May 14, we honored Mother's Day. It is mothers who give birth to sons and daughters and to the birth of our freedoms of country and community, for they are called military and police. National Police Week was May 14 to May 20, 2023. Thank you, Mary, for honoring our police officers, and thank you, Chief Murray, for our Peace Officers Memorial Day on May 15th. Memorial Day is on Monday, May 29th, 2023. The Purple Heart Medal is the symbol of Memorial Day and honors those who gave their lives for the freedom of this country. On behalf of the Veterans of Downey, we are asking that the wreath that is at our Memorial Day service have in the middle of that wreath the Purple Heart Medal in honor of all those who gave their lives to this country. For Downey, that was 24 of my brothers. All were killed in Vietnam. God bless America. God bless the nation of Israel. God bless our military and our veterans. And God bless our local policing and all their families across America. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lee. Speaker number 2 may come up.
All right, more intimidation and gaslighting. That's what we get from a mayor, tyrant mayor. We're handing out the money. Everybody line up, especially you got friends. Number 11, we're going to give a foursome of some money out for St. Pius and St. Matthias. Why are we doing this for private schools? Boy, it's beyond me. Must know somebody there. We've given out $900 already this year to the Community Family Guidance Center for a seat at their table, which the editor of the Downey Patriot is a board member of. We also give $17,500 to the Downey Symphony on top of the $25,000 they already get, because the editor of the Downey Patriot is their vice president. Now we've got L.A. Cotta coming in here giving a presentation for their child grooming activity that they're going to want to promote. We have our fictional District 5 representative is a board member of that organization who already got $20,000 on top of the $25,000 they already get. And they're going to keep wanting more, obviously, but we have more people coming, so get ready. We got Stay Gallery, Downey Arts Coalition, Downey Theater. Oh, we let Downey Arts Coalition use the lobby over there. Okay, and who else? We got somebody else we can give money to our friends too. I can find somebody here. Oh, an end to the COVID-19 local emergency. So we didn't have to lock down. It was a local thing. We didn't have to participate in that. And that's what Gavin Newsom said. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bruce. Next speaker, speaker number 3.
Hi, my name is Joan Dane. Thank you, Ms. Fermenta, for allowing me to speak. I've been a resident of Downey for over 30 years, and I've been an avid gardener for much longer than that, since I was a very little girl. I've had a garden in my yard, and I have the benefit of having a yard large enough to have a garden, but there are many people in Downey who live in apartments or condos who don't have the ability to have a garden. And I'm here to petition that we start a community garden in Downey. I visited other cities' gardens, and I love the way Lakewood Community Garden is run. The gentleman that is in charge of it this year, he is wonderful. He gave me a very long tour and is willing to help us. And I've provided all of you with the bylaws for that community garden. And I'm here just to give you my support. I have been a beekeeper for 7 years. I belong to the Orange County Rare Fruit Growers. I plan to become a master gardener in the future. And I'm here to serve the residents of Downey. I'm also a moderator on our Downey Gardening and Produce Exchange Facebook page. And we all share our produce with each other, and it's a wonderful community. And there are other Facebook pages also dedicated to gardening in Downey. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
And thank you, Mr. Sosa, for doing a study and conducting a study and listening to me when I approached you and asked you for some advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll be reaching out to you. Speaker number, okay, looks like, okay. Speaker number 6 may come up.
Did we have number 4 yet?
Is it 6 or 4?
Speaker number 4, yes, my apologies for that. Hold that thought, Mr. Herman. You'll be next.
On a mountain was a treasure buried deep within the stone, and the valley people swore, we'll have it for our very own. You can go ahead and hate your neighbor, you can go ahead and cheat a friend. You can do it in the name of heaven. You can justify it if you can. There will be no trumpets blowing on Judgment Day. On the bloody morning after, one tin soldier rides away. Let's focus on these words. We'll have it for our very own. One of the 10 commandments is, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, and you shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, his male servant, his female servant, his ox, his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. To covet is to intensely desire something which belongs to another person. This is the source of war in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin covets jurisdiction over Ukraine. I am glad Joseph and Mary and the baby Jesus were not called illegal aliens and turned away at the border of Egypt when they fled from Herod, who tried to kill Jesus. On the internet, search for the Visual Bible.
Thank you for that, Alan. Looks like we don't have a speaker for number 5. We're going to move for speaker number 6, Mr. Herman.
So violations of the First, Fifth, and 14th Amendment. As you see, you can't see me on YouTube, but again, F the mayor. For the 14th Amendment and Article Section 2 of the California Constitution regarding enforcement of unconstitutional decorum rules, I find the city of Downey violation of not just my civil rights, but my constitutional rights, along with the participants of this meeting. And the cause is because the mayor herself, who claims she's an American citizen, which I doubt, doesn't believe in the Constitution. and her terms are vague and lack adequate standards of enforcement, especially when she's trying to intimidate not just me, but the rest of you in the conduct, behavior, and the offensive language that she herself says is offensive. Well, if it was so offensive, why in the fuck am I saying fuck you over and over and I'm not being thrown out or arrested? So that's psychological intimidation, Mayor. Either you do it or don't. Get some huevos or get something between your legs that makes you the mayor to stand up for what you're saying I'm in violation of. Other than that, I'm an American citizen. And although I am unable to fight in a war that's really a fucked up situation, I would take the first fucking rifle in my hands and shoot the first fucking asshole in my sight. Watts versus the United States. And that action was based on LBJ. So again, stop violating our First Amendment. Stop violating our rights under censorship and monitoring our free speech. Simply an expression. If you don't like it, learn your fucking Supreme Court cases. Cohen versus California. Fuck the draft.
God bless you, Mr. Herman. Speaker number 7 may come up.
Okay, so again, I'm very interested to get more clarification on this issue. So Mr. Trujillo brought up saying, the jury can be wrong, and then the mayor didn't say anything. I didn't see any press release from the city. And then the LA Times article said that the police had no comment. So if there's an issue with what the jury did and maybe how the LA Times is framing things, why is there no defamation lawsuit that the city is filing immediately against the LA Times for its slanderous article? The LA Times is owned by someone that has $11 billion in the bank. So that seems like it would be a great case for the city. And then it's really unclear what happened there at the end, because Ms. Langer is saying that there was no reportable action. Does that mean that there's no settlement? So there's not going to be $1 million to settle the lawsuit? Like, is that what's happening? Are you going to keep fighting it until it gets $2 million or something? So yeah, I think we really need a lot of clarification about that, and we need more oversight. Maybe Downey should be like Los Angeles or Long Beach in establishing something like a citizens police oversight commission. So those are increasingly popular. You get elected or appointed residents, and they have a role to play in how the city and the police department are being managed and what they're doing. And people can show up to those meetings and give a public comment. So I think all that would be a good move. So if Downey wants to be a city of the future, it should move into the future as far as that. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rodolfo. Speaker number 8 may come up.
Good evening, everyone. I am the delegate of the 64th District for the Democratic Party. I represent Downey and other regions. I want to start off by saying that I am tired of Ms. Rometta intimidating the public, saying that they will be charged with misdemeanors of 403. I want to read 403. Every person who without authority lawfully, willfully disturbs or breaks up any assembly or meeting that is not unlawful in its character other than by assembly or meeting referred to Section 302, which is religion, interrupting religious groups, or Penal Code Section 18340 of election codes, is guilty of a misdemeanor. Now that's the important part. 18340 talks about this particular situation. It says every person who by threat, intimidation, or unlawful violence willfully hinders or prevents electors from assembling in a public meeting for consideration of a public question is guilty of a misdemeanor. Booing, cheering, and showing approval or disapproval does not fall within that jurisdiction of that penal code. So I'm gonna ask you to stop trying to intimidate people. You look like a clown, and you're definitely a tyrant for trying to scare people into not making any participating in the First Amendment. Second, the ACLU already sent a letter to Montebello because the mayor over there was saying you can only direct your comments at the mayor. You will receive that here too. I am already being represented by the ACLU at the Central Basin. So if you want to keep messing around, you will find out from the ACLU. Last but not least, Mario Trujillo said that the jury gets it wrong. Well, who the hell are you? Just because you looked it up, you think you can overwrite the jury? Weren't you the same clown who got removed from Georges Gascon's group as special advisor? Because you interfered in a court proceeding that you were not assigned to protect someone who killed a young man of 26-year-old Fernando Rojas. So who the hell are you? You're just as criminally guilty of
Your
corruption
comments will
as
be
the
to
PD
me.
here. Run
Thank
another
you.
investigation on Valencia and do your fucking job.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 9 may come up.
Okay. Testing. Okay. Howdy. My name's
Hello.
Marlene, and I'm one of the renters that obviously doesn't have loyalty to this city after living here since 2007. So it's elementary, middle school, and high school. But I feel like as much as, I'm not a homeowner in anything, I would love for a community garden to just to interact with everyone. I, don't really have the privilege to interact with my neighbors due to the unfortunate circumstances at home. And I would like to get to know everyone from all the neighborhoods. I'm sure we could all get along just fine. Hopefully it's not too expensive for a lot. I hope not, because I would hate for taxes to go up. But the membership fees, if we want a specific lot, we could pay for it. Lakewood charges $15 per lot for an annual fee, so I think that's pretty good and doable. And I don't know, it'd just be nice to get along with people and grow together, not only our plants, but as a community. Thank you for your time, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Hi, speaker number 10 may come up. Thank you for waiting.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm George Villa. I'm the president of the DDA for the Downtown Association. Not a controversial item. I'm going to make it super short, but just here to reiterate our interest in the gateway sign. So we know it was here. It's not a controversial item, but just wanted to make sure that by my presence that we can communicate how important it is for us and we believe in it and our support any way we can help you with that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
All right.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for staying through all of this.
No worries. Good night.
Speaker number 11 may come up.
Let's see. Good evening, everyone. Madam Mayor Fermetta, City Council members, I'm a longtime resident here in the city of Downey, a veteran's wife, and one of the founders of WOLF, and currently leading this project that means so much to me. As a mother of 4, I've seen the devastation. I've seen what it is to be a parent to lose a child to fentanyl. I've never been impacted myself. I've never dealt with drugs, but I've seen what they have done to so many of my friends, neighbors, and very, very close friends. So we're here to represent WOLF. As you can see behind me, I have a team of great residents here of Downey that have given their all. We're self-funded. We're not here to ask for money. We're here to ask for support. We're here to ask for basically a format for us to work together cohesively. I know, Madam Mayor, you were one of the first city council members that reached out to me and gave us that support. On our first project that we did at Desert Rain, over 150 people participated. I took care of that schedule, and I had so much pride. So many of you were there. Councilmember Trujillo, thank you for the phone calls and the support. I appreciate it. I want every single one of you to work with us, not just the city council members, from our chief to our fire department, and everyone sitting up there, because you are our leaders. You are our community. You're leading the light, and we're here to represent our community in need. Fentanyl is here. So let's stop wasting our time and face the fact and think of our children, our community, and ourselves and our loved ones. So thank you for that, and good night.
Thank you for that. Good night. Speaker number 12. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and council people. I'm a longtime resident of Downey, born and raised here. Raised my 3 children here with my wife. I also was an employee of the city. Did over 20 years with the Downey Police Department. While there, I taught the DARE program, which is a drug abuse resistance education program. It takes a 3-fold cord. It took the city council, the police department, and the school district to be involved in this. We, as Wolf, want to educate the adults. We think the schools, we leave the students to the school, but we want to partner. We want to work with everyone with this problem. Fire department on board. I mean, their units have the means to combat the opiate overdose. So does the police department. So we want to educate adults. We want to educate the citizens of Downey, and that's what we're here for. We're here to be a part with you and partner with you and get the job done. This is a scourge, and I'd rather be proactive than reactive. And so you get more done when you're reactive than proactive than being reactive. So again, thank you. We're here for you. We want to work with you. Just give us a call. Thank you again.
Thank you, Rich. We will. Speaker number 13 may come up.
Can I give these to you? Resources of some of the stuff I'm going to go over and make some copies.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Jennifer Alvarez, and I'm finishing up my 22nd year here in Downey Unified as an elementary school teacher. I am one of the founders of WOOF, along with my team that's here. And like Lizette said, we're self-funded, and we're not here to ask for any money. We just would like support and to collaborate with our city to help us fight this evil drug fentanyl that is here. It's affecting our community already. And, my why is, I said 22 years of teaching here. That includes, regular classes, summer school, teaching GATE classes. I've been involved with over 1,500 students in my career so far, and that's lowballing it. These kids are mine. When they go on to middle school, when they go on to high school, they're mine. Their families I collaborate with, I mentor. Their families are mine. They know when they're in my class, they become a part of my family. You can ask my husband. They come over still, adults. And I am so connected to our community. And I feel like fentanyl is just, it's here, it's in our face, and we're hiding from it. In the packet that I gave you, there are examples of town halls that have been hosted by like Calabasas and Redondo Beach, areas, affluent areas that have already tackled this, because we know in affluent areas, drugs are rampant, easier to get, kids have money. And in collaboration with the school, you talked about that at the beginning, that you guys are going to be talking. I think that's awesome. You know, we have Redondo Beach that's, you know, down not far from us. 7th graders get 16 lessons on drugs and alcohol prevention, 4 booster lessons in 8th grade. In 9th grade, they learn more in a biology class. Every Thursday, the district sends out emails with social emotional tips, including information about drugs and alcohol. And they regularly seek advice to parents, send advice to parents, and host information nights on the topic. So these are the things I hope you keep in mind when you collaborate with the district. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Looks like there's no speaker for number 14. Number 15.
Madam Mayor,
Hello.
good evening, council members, Mr. Bradley, and staff. Madam Mayor, I want to talk about an incident that happened a few years ago here. We had a city manager by the name of Gilbert Levis. He retired. He was well known within his peers. He was well acknowledged within the city council here. And allegedly, at that time, 3 of the city council people had made an effort to remove Mr. Levis. Never quite knew what the reason was. As far as I know, it was never publicly disclosed. So since Mr. Levis left or was retired, many department heads here also left. What that created here amongst the citizens was, for many people, an area of instability, uncertainty. But now we have a new city manager and apparently new department heads, and I believe the tide has changed. I believe that uncertainty is getting diminished. And so I compliment the city, and I think this is a good thing for the people of Downey. Madam Mayor, this ends my comments. I yield my remaining time back to you.
Thank you for that. Number 16 may come up.
They left because they were criminals.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Frometta and council members. I'm Dorothy Pemberton. I know that the city is starting to develop next year's budget, and I wanted to suggest that they review the existing allotment for code enforcement budget after discussing with them and their staff needs. It may need to be increased to hire more officers. I and others feel that there are increasing code violations within our city, requiring more code enforcement officers to go out and investigate. Many of these violations occur on the weekend and after 6 p.m., therefore requiring additional staffing during these times. In the past years and decades, code enforcement was proactive, addressing certain violations that existed then. Even today, they still occur, like cars parked on yards, unsightly and unmaintained front yards, frequent yard sales by the same resident without a permit, street vendors without permits, evening food pop-ups at parking lots or street corners without health or city department with health department permits as required by law. Residents that call in are reactive to these issues, but for a better approach, it would be for the city to be more proactive where they have to go out. The greatest appeal of our city has always been that it is clean and well maintained. The city should also give code enforcement the proper assistance with funding to have code enforcement officers go out and be vigilant among our great city. And for all of us that live here, we still believe in keeping Downey beautiful, just like that area that goes out weekly to do trash. Thank you for that. And may I just also mention that with the skate park, that was former Mayor Meredith Perkins. Dave Gaffin was the first mayor to create a dog park, which is over at
Rio San Gabriel.
Rio San Gabriel, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dorothy. Speaker number 17 may come up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joaquin Beltran. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Downey. And the most important message I want to share with you today is to keep masks in healthcare settings, and that ending the public health emergency is a big mistake. Our priority should be protecting our communities, protecting the health and the lives of our families and our community members. Right now, hospital-acquired infections of COVID are at their highest point they've ever been since the start of the pandemic, at any point of the pandemic. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 10 infections leads to long COVID. That's not 1 in 10 people, that's 1 in 10 infections. And data shows that reinfections have cumulative impact on long COVID. A recent Danish study shows that there is increase of Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and stroke. A CDC study released a couple years ago already showed an increase in type 1 diabetes for children, and another study recently released by JAMA further shows that. More studies show brain damage through MRI imaging, and other studies show increased rates of heart attack. Right now, testing is virtually all but gone. We are in the dark. If you look at wastewater, we have indications of an increase again. And every spring, we've had a low. And every summer past, last summer, the summer before that, the summer prior to that, we've had another wave. Mm-hmm. Why are we assuming that we won't have a wave this time? People's lives should not be harmed in healthcare settings. People's lives should be saved. So I'm asking you, do the right thing, continue the public health emergency, and keep masks in healthcare settings. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Speaker number 18 may come up. And we have good news for you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good evening. Thank you for waiting.
No, thank you. You made me forget what I'm going to say. Okay, I'm here just to remind you that we have armed robbery, and I'm talking on behalf of my fellow neighbors from Vista de la Rosa and Melder Avenue. And as you know, it's different kind of fairs, and my fear is what I'm going to become is these things keep escalating. So please finish the wall. I don't know what else you need. You send the papers. I think we have 100% positive response. And yes, one more question. How long is it going to take? What does that mean? I think that's all.
Listen, we typically do not go back and forth during public comment, but because you and your neighbors have been here for so many months now, and this has been an issue that, I'll be honest with you, it does keep me up at night. And I did ask our city manager, and I will have him report out where we stand. But go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I don't think the survey period is officially closed at this point, but mathematically speaking, there was positive affirmation from your neighborhood that the wall was desired. With that, we are moving forward to the next stages to get the project moving forward, which we need to design, go out to RFP and build. It will take a few months to get that done. We do have a process that we have to follow. I will have more of an official time frame on that the next couple of days, and I'll share that with you, but you can expect to see that probably in the fall.
Oh, okay. Just one more thing.
And we're going to push, and again, we can't be going this back and forth during public comment.
No, that's another thing. After the armed robbery, you promised to is going to be more police presence, and to be honest with you, I don't really see it.
We can have you talk to. I know our police chief can have staff talk to you offline, but we are on it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Wall will be built.
Thank you.
Yes, and again, people ask, why is it that we can't have this dialogue? Because during public comment, this is the time for our residents to come and speak to us about their concerns. And if we have this give and take interaction, it just, we wouldn't be able to get to the business that we are set to do. And so we hear you, and we will continue to move forward. Thank you for being patient. And speaker number 19 may come up.
Thank you. My name is Gregory El Cesar Chavez, and I work at Warren High School, but I'm here on a different matter. I'm just going to read a prepared speech that me and Chat GPT came up with, so I'll go as fast as I can. Today, I will quickly ask you to consider that we come together to honor and embrace the diversity that exists within our community. We're asking to do the Pride Festival again this year, and we just want the community to understand it is not just a party, that it is a symbol of inclusion and equality. It's a platform that allows us to showcase our authentic selves. It is an event that brings hope and joy to countless individuals and students like in our schools that I teach every day. But to make this celebration a reality, we need the city to come alongside us and help with the finances. The funds we'll raise will go towards organizing a memorable and impactful event, from securing a venue that can accommodate our diverse community to providing a community stage for Downey adults and children performers. In addition, we're going to invite local organizations and churches to set up booths offering mental health resources and support to those in need. By investing in our Pride Festival, you are investing in the well-being and progress of our community. So that's what I asked tonight. A side note, I just wanted to point out that government likes to claim that all current decisions are made with our children in mind. That's what we all say, for our future generations. My generation, and some of yours too, have done a pretty good job embracing the LGBTQ community. Well, with the exception of when we are called groomers, but it still has a long way to go. However, full acceptance is coming. It may not be with my generation or my children's generation, but it'll be here by the time my grandkids are adults and leading our communities. So, inclusion and acceptance is inevitable. It is coming. We see it coming. I'd like to see Downey at the forefront of acceptance for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. I do have to mention full disclosure. You're still my son's favorite English teacher.
He was a very good kid. Still is. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And speaker number 20 may come up. Yellow card, speaker number 20. No? They got tired. If speaker number 20 comes back, we'll get them back in the... Okay, speaker number 21.
Hi, good evening. My name is Pat Gill, and I'm current president of Downey Arts Coalition. And I just wanted to let you know that I just got back from vacation. I'm tired, but I said I need to come. And as long as it takes, at 11 o'clock, I mean, thank God it's a lot earlier, right? I just want to come and give my support to the Downey Pride Festival. Downey Arts Coalition, our slogan is empowering voices in the community. And we strongly believe that the LGBTQ voice is an important one to hear. 2 years ago, Zach was honored and so excited to be part of the Downey's first Pride Festival. We had 4 tents full of art from local artists, middle school, elementary, high school students. All the student artwork sold out because all the families came and supported. grandpas, uncles, aunts, they took the artwork. And we're so excited, and we had such an enormous response that we doubled up and did 8 tents last year. So we might double up this year, I don't know, but we're really excited and hoping that it will continue and that we grow acceptance in our community. I'm proud to have all my friends and family that are part of the LGBT community now come to Downey to celebrate such an important day. Love is love. What a wonderful thing to celebrate.
Thank you, Pat. Speaker number 22 may come up. Speaker number 22. Nobody has number 22? No? Okay. Speaker number 23.
Hey, good
Hello.
evening once again.
Good evening.
I would just like to amplify my situation in regards to the preferential parking permit. I see the option number 2. I'm on Bellflower Boulevard, which I can't park there, unfortunately. But I can't come up with the appeal for preferential parking on my street, which is a boulevard. We can't do that. But now that the city manager has put up this option, we embrace it. After 6 months, a few tickets here and there. Wake up in the middle of the night, have to move my vehicle from my adjacent street before I get a ticket. But we have been patient, and thanks to the city manager for that effort to put this together. I want to be active here in the city. You see, this city, it's a model. We all know it. But the families which build this city, which want to come together and make it even better. Unfortunately, crime is rising up. 2 times our vehicle had been open across from our house. We got cameras. The police department had done a great job, a quick response. But I proposed the city for cameras on big intersections to be able to track these people, because by the time they get there, these people have fled. They just take whatever they can take from your vehicle or vandalize your vehicle. But that's a suggestion from my standpoint to the city. Invest whatever money is available on cameras on major intersections to be able to track these people, because they're not from Downey, they're not from our neighborhood. We know it, but something needs to be done. I'm adding just to my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for
Good
that.
night.
Thank you. Good night. I know it's been a long night. We've got 2 more speakers. Speaker number 24.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I came 2 weeks ago to talk about ordinance number 221-1479 in regards to SB9 and
Yes.
ADUs.
Yes.
Here's the situation that's going on. So if I do SB9 in our property, they're considered 2 duplexes, right? So 2 duplexes on each lot, because we're splitting the lot. Right now, anybody could build on their single family house an ADU legally, 100%, right? What's going on right now, if I go through the duplex route, I have to go through what's called LEED Platinum. Bel Air Hotel doesn't even qualify for LEED Platinum. So I have a duplex with this ordinance that you guys have in place that I have to make it LEED Platinum, which costs over $60,000. So it's just a word of schematics. Do I do the ADU with the house and everything, and that's it? But what SB9 is requiring is a duplex. So we're talking about the same size, we're talking about the same building. It's just an ordinance that only the city of Downey has. And I spoke to you guys, that we emailed back and forth. So I'm just trying to hear for a response. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that. And I know we will follow up on that. Thank you. Speaker number 25. And I believe this will be our last speaker of the night. Thank you for waiting.
Hello, my fellow Americans and residents of Downey. My name is Ramon Casas Jr., and I'm a candidate for Downey City Council District 1. I'm a third-generation resident of Downey, and my daughter Olivia is a fourth-generation resident. As my dad would always say, America is the best country in the world. This is why we need to protect, preserve, and strengthen our city of Downey. Right now, our country seems divided, but we're closer than many realize. We need to search for commonalities. The first one is, we're Americans, and we care. That's why we're here. We are one nation under God, indivisible. These are trying times, and we need peace of mind and security knowing that our government is serving our best interest. Currently, I'm a high school English teacher at St. John Bosco High School and a member of the Knights of Columbus. I'm also the moderator for the Lions Club. These are public service institutions. I'm a graduate from the University of Southern California with a Bachelor's of Science in Policy and Management. Right now, the city of Downey needs to win this war on drugs. There's a major methamphetamine and cocaine problem within our city. We know this. We need more police officers. If these people are committing crimes, they need to go to jail. If they're not, and they're mentally unstable, they need to go to mental health institutions. Rancho Los Amigos is right next door, right here. Also, we need to increase our patriotism. I think we should have a 4th of July annual huge parade running down Downey Avenue to support our American citizens, our military, and all of the services provided by America. God bless Downey, and God bless America.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Okay, if there are no additional speakers, I will now make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. And again, thank you to all the speakers for joining us tonight. Appreciate you staying through this hour.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that need to remove or abstain from an item? Okay, at this time, I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Well, thank you for that. There are 5 administrative reports this evening. And first, number 12 on this agenda is a presentation by the Los Angeles Center for Alcohol and Drug Abuse related to proposed programming for a 2023 Downey Pride event. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report on item number 12?
Mayor, we have Nolan Ross, Samuel, and Priscilla Rodriguez of LA Cata here to provide a presentation.
Okay, great.
Your Honor, at this point, I need to recuse myself, Your Honor. I'm actually on the board of this organization. I understand there might be a financial ask, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If we
Good
can
evening.
play the video before the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today I stand before you to share my personal journey and advocate for a cause that is very close to my heart. Growing up in the city of Downey has shaped who I am today, and I am grateful for the opportunities this city has given me. However, it hasn't always been an easy path, especially for someone like myself. My name is Nolan Ross, and I proudly identify as part of the LGBTQIA+ community. When my parents, immigrants from the Philippines, decided to make Downey our home, they saw the potential the city had to offer. They believed it would be the perfect place to raise their children, to give us a brighter future. As a young child, I attended Rio San Gabriel Elementary, followed by East Middle School, and eventually Downey High School, where I proudly graduated in 2001. These educational institutions played a vital role in my development, and I'm grateful for the knowledge and experiences they provided me. However, growing up as an LGBTQIA+ individual in Downey was not always easy. The city, though filled with wonderful people and vibrant communities, did not always feel as welcoming and inclusive as I had hoped. I had to search for like-minded individuals in different cities, seeking acceptance and understanding beyond my immediate surroundings. But today, I stand before you to emphasize the importance of progress, of growth, and the need for the city of Downey to continue its journey towards diversity, equity, and inclusion for the LGBTQIA+ community. One remarkable event that has been instrumental in fostering a sense of unity and acceptance in the city of Downey is Downey Pride. This annual celebration has become a beacon of hope, a safe space, and a symbol of pride for countless LGBTQIA+ residents of this city. It serves as a platform to express our identities freely, to celebrate love and diversity, and to promote understanding among all members of our community. Downey Pride has provided a space where LGBTQI+ individuals and allies can come together, celebrate our shared experiences, and embrace the values that make this city stronger. This year, as we celebrate the 3rd annual Downey Pride, we have exciting plans to enhance the event and further showcase the talents and diversity within our community. One of the key additions to this year's celebration is the introduction of a community stage that will highlight local performers. This stage will serve as a platform for artists, musicians, poets, and dancers from the city of Downey, and to share their creativity and showcase their talents, especially by the youth. By featuring local performers, we not only support our LGBTQIA+ community, but also create an opportunity for talented individuals to gain visibility and recognition. The community stage will be a place of unity, where performers of all backgrounds and orientations can come together and inspire us with their artistic expressions. It will serve as a reminder that art has the power to transcend boundaries, to ignite conversations, and to foster understanding. By featuring local performers, we reinforce the vibrant and diverse cultural fabric of this city and create an inclusive environment where everyone's voices are heard and appreciated. Furthermore, the community stage at Downey Pride will encourage collaboration and strengthen the bonds within our community. It will bring together artists and attendees, creating a space for meaningful connections to be forged. The stage will become a testament to the talent and creativity that thrives within our city, as well as a celebration of the LGBTQIA+ community contributions to the arts. I urge each and every one of you to embrace this opportunity to endorse Downey Pride for its 3rd annual year. Let us continue the movement towards diversity, equity, and inclusion in this beloved city. Let us show the LGBTQIA+ community that we are valued and celebrated. Let us come together as allies and advocates, creating a future where every individual, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, can live authentically with pride and without fear. Together, we can make Downey a shining example of acceptance and love for all. Today, we are reaching out to request your support. It is important to note that in an effort to reduce costs, we have made the decision to host the event for a single day rather than 2. The LA County Downey Pride Committee is requesting $25,000 as a support. We also received support from Janice Hahn, provided that the City of Downey does provide support as well. We permission to close down Downey Avenue on Saturday, August 26, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Assistance from the city to notify all businesses about the street closure. Street closure using city vehicles and barriers. Use of the city's mobile stage sound system and an engineer. Staff time for event organization, both during the planning phase and on the day of the event. Police coverage, which includes 4 officers for a total of 27 hours. City fees to be waived, and lastly, for the city to promote event on city website, theater, and social media platforms. Thank you.
Do all my council colleagues have questions or comments regarding this item? Thank you for that presentation. I think we value the work that LA CADA does for the region, and we value the partnership. We know that we have seen an increase in, of course, drug addiction, mental health, particularly in our youth, and especially post-COVID. And the work that you do is invaluable, not just to this community, but to the region. And I've had the pleasure of touring the site at Santa Fe Springs, your location. So thank you for that. And I also firmly believe that strong communities are made of people that come together. And, I always say that, engaged communities are strong communities, that we are created equal. And in the pursuit of our goals and the pursuit of happiness, just as the Constitution tells us. And we want to support the efforts in providing, I would like to provide and if the council colleagues agree, the stage. And I know you mentioned, of course, the street closures and waiving the fees. We can definitely do that. I think any opportunity to come together and for people to be, for all of us, for the community to feel included, regardless of race, gender, or sexual orientation, is important. And it does send a message of unity, and it does send a message of, we are one community. We may not always agree on a lot of issues, but we are a community, we are the human race. In regards to the financial ask, I know that there's been other community organizations, nonprofits that have come before this council. And I think we have seen that a little bit more in the last year. And I know that we have also spoken about establishing a process and establishing a way so that all nonprofits have an equal turn to ask the city for an X amount instead of the one-offs here and there. We have many nonprofit organizations, and as we continue to look at all of the events and all of the interests of all of our community, we want to make sure that we are fair and we are equal and we are inclusive. I think that is important to us as a council, and it is a message that we want to continue to reverberate in our community. One Downey, we're all in. I think the the ask for the waiving of fees, it's absolutely not a problem. I think the stage and the sound is not a problem. But I do believe that the funding ask, based on the conversations that we've had, could be an issue. I don't know what my council colleagues feel at this time.
No, I just want to touch on the nonprofit asks. We're going through the budgeting process in the next month, and we are going to be allocating a certain amount that nonprofits can go through. I'm not sure when the funding for nonprofits for events started, but we have to keep a close eye on that budget-wise. So we are going to implement an allocated budget that nonprofits can apply for, and we take it from there. And based on the need and what have you, we collaborate on who those funds go to, right?
Okay.
I too was very encouraged when I visited the residential facility, and as they know, I had a lot of questions, and they came up with very, very good answers. The service that they do to the community, how they even help the homeless. I'm encouraged that all the services they do, we need to sit down and take that consideration as we do our budget and make our decision.
Because, and I think they ask, and we may want to ask additional questions of you. We weren't given the initial ask, but I know that we know the event is August 26th, the street closure from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., 4 officers in the amount of 27 hours, correct? Sound, an engineer, also, of course, the stage, and that's not a problem, waiving the fees, but also staff's time in organizing and putting together this. So, and that is separate from the additional 25,000 ask. Is that correct? So when we tally up the officer's time in all of this, then what does that come up to? Do we know?
Well, Mayor, if we have an exact accounting at this point, but we can definitely get that for you.
Yeah. Again, I think there is no question. There is absolutely no question that we want to be there, and we want Downey to continue to be an inclusive community. It is important. It is important for people to feel they are part of one. And that is important for us. We're in the middle of the budget process, and one of the things that we worry about is continuing to set precedents with all of the nonprofits. I know Councilmember Sosa was president of Gangs Out of Downey for a number of years, and there's been events that organization has put out. They do their own fundraising, right? There's Kiwanis, there's Rotary. There's so many organizations that do events for the community. And again, for us to do one and not the other, and this and not the other, just would not be.
Yeah, I just want to add to the mayor's comments that, I come from a community service background. Any of the organizations I've been involved with, Gangs Out of Downey, Kiwanis, the Morning Group, even West Downey Little League, we did a lot of fundraising. And Gangs Out of Downey and Kiwanis in particular, they each hold a major golf tournament. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that go into those things, a lot of organization. And just take it upon their own to raise money. There's a lot of well-to-do residents that favor those organizations, and it's tough from a budget standpoint. I don't know when giving funds to nonprofits started, but I can tell you, certainly I picked up the phone for each of those organizations that I've been a part of and dialed for dollars, and a lot of organization went into those, and a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of sweat. And a lot of sacrifice time from our families to raise funds for those organizations. That's how we made it work. So, anyways, I just wanted to add that to your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The initial ask, and I think we considered, and I want to put this in perspective. Again, not because we never want to pin one organization against the other. Every organization has fills a very valuable purpose. And one of our legacy groups, which is the Downey Rose Float Association, been doing the Rose Float for over 50 years, and they were grandfathered into. They had never received a single penny from the city. And when they were self-funded and self-built. And when COVID hit and they were unable to do any fundraising at all, we were faced with the possibility of not having that Downey Rose Float, that entry. And if we don't have that entry, then we lose that grandfathered status. And then because that ask came, and the city decided to put that into a line, budget item. I think that's when all of the nonprofit organizations also began to realize, well, wait, let's ask the city. And we want to help everybody. The YMCA came before us. I raised my children in the YMCA, and I've been grief-stricken because of its closure. And there are so many great organizations in everything that they do. And truth be told, I want to help all of them. I'm just need to be conscientious of what the budget process is, and also where we are at this point. And I think Councilmember Sosa has echoed my comments that we will be creating, and I think we discussed sometime maybe in August or September to have a way for nonprofits to apply for funding, and that's going to be after we've approved a budget. At this point, we don't have a new budget. What can you count on? You can definitely count on the city to waive the fees, and I guess that's what I'm going to recommend at this point in time for the stage and the sound. I think we can look at some. I know the police officer cost. I don't know if in previous years if that was also paid by the county. It was, and so we want to be thoughtful. I know our downtown is a great place to have this event, and I know from the 2 days we're reducing it to the 1 day. And so at this point, that's the recommendation I'm going to make.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Do we have permission to close down Downey Avenue on Saturday, August 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.?
Let me refer to our city attorney, because at this point in time, what we have before us on this administrative report was the presentation you were going to provide, did not include an official closure, and that has to go through its own separate process. But go ahead.
That's exactly right. So we can process a separate agenda item with the request to close the streets with the more specific information. We do a lot of them. They're very frequently on our agenda. So if you can talk to staff, we can get that process, that request to come at a future agenda.
And can you explain again? Not because we don't want to do it, but because that was not part of this ask? Can you
Yes,
explain that
correct.
from a legal
Yeah,
standpoint?
sure, because the request on tonight's agenda was pretty vague, to get the presentation, to hear what the request was gonna be, and then each part of the request might have a different way that it needs to be processed. And so there wasn't notice to the public or notice to the businesses that it would be closed on that street on that day. So we wanna get that information from you, go through the proper channels, and then a street closure can be processed on a future agenda item over the summer before your event.
And there is plenty of time.
Yes, there's time for it.
But, so the recommendation is, yes, we will assist on that, and we will waive the fees for that, and the stage and the sound. And
Just so
we
I'm
have
clear-
we have to come back on the item regarding the police officers.
So everything except what I'm calling all the in-kind contributions are being for consideration at this point, but you'd like us to bring back the costing of the police participation for further consideration. Presumably with the street closure item, we can do that.
Yes.
Do we have enough information on the stage and the sound? Is it the same as last year? We know what that is?
And this is again, what we have done with other organizations and other events.
We can reach out to
We
the
are happy
organization.
to support, that way.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great.
City Manager Bradley, if I may, this is Jason. We actually don't do sound. Just want to make sure that's a point. We contract out sound for our events separately to a third party. We don't have any equipment for sound or staff to run sound. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
So there's a cost to that?
There's a cost to that.
Correct.
So
as
we'd
well.
have to look into that as well to
Okay.
know what the cost is.
Okay.
But I think we did that last year as part of our work with them, is that correct?
I have to double check the exact, I believe their sound was covered by LA County, Janice Hahn's office. She provided the stage, the sound, the music, everything. We did not provide that. I believe the stage is wanted for the additional stage, the community stage. Is that what the request is for? Something different, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a different, they're adding a component to the event, which would be a community stage, and that's why they're requesting our showmobile, which we haven't done in the past yet, but that we do have under our purview.
Well, and I think we can provide the in-kind in terms of the sound in the showmobile. I think we can do that. That's not a problem. That's my recommendation. I think when it comes to the police officers and the cost, we're going to have to come back and circle back on that.
Got it, Mayor, thank you.
That's my recommendation, and I make a motion for that. Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we please vote? So and what's going to happen is the permits are going to have to be handled separately, and then we're going to get a cost regarding the police officers and what is needed, and then it's going to come back for another consideration. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, the motion is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo abstaining from the item.
Number 13 on the agenda is receive and file a presentation regarding the Downey Police Department's drone program. Oh. Thank you. There he is. And City Manager Bradley, who is providing the report on the drone program?
Sorry, Mayor. My apologies, Mayor. Captain Perino will provide the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
members of council, staff. Thank you for having me this evening, and thank you for allowing me to share this exciting but very important technology that we've begun using here at the Downey Police Department. Now, to begin with, when you look at the root commonality in so many critical incidents involving law enforcement across our nation, oftentimes they can come down to issues involving time and distance. And what I mean by that, let's say after we all go home for this evening and we lock up our chambers and someone was to break into these chambers and hide on the other side of this podium, our typical police response would involve someone like me coming up to the building, walking in and making contact with that individual. And now I have to, in that situation where I've lost the opportunity to have distance between me and that individual and time to process all the events, that's where you get the phrase, a split-second decision. And I have to, now in that split second, with very little room to operate, try to make an assessment of what is this individual's intentions. Does this individual mean harm against me? And if he does or she does, is it warranted that I react with force? And even if it is, it's not a success, because in everything we do, we don't aspire to have to use force in situations. And what if I do believe and I interpret the situation as requiring force, but I was wrong? And that's where you have these law enforcement tragedies where a split-second decision ends in an outcome that was not desirable. Now, in that same situation, if someone was to enter our chambers and break in, what if instead, and that's not what we're now doing, I take one of our drones, and this is one of our very drones that we use for the circumstances, we can stay outside. And through our doors, we can fly this drone in, and we can survey this whole room. And now I've given myself and my colleagues a tremendous amount of distance. So if this individual did have violent intentions, it doesn't pose a threat to us at the moment, because we have the safety and security of being outside and looking from a distance. And we can fly around and take all the time in the world to strategize and see what this individual is doing, what their intentions are, and strategize a plan with our colleagues, with supervisors, to make the appropriate police response and how we deal with that situation. Now, that was a hypothetical situation that I proposed to you, but there's a real world example of us using that exact type of technology and in that type of situation. Back in February, we had a gentleman out in the Inland Empire carjack a vehicle. And as fate would have it that afternoon, he came to the city of Downey, where our keen-eyed officers spotted that individual driving through our city and tried to stop him. And instead of stopping, this individual led us on a pursuit to one of our neighboring jurisdictions. And at the end of the pursuit, he happened to stop in front of a Catholic church, ran inside and sat down inside the church sanctuary. Now, it's not the greatest of pictures, because this is a still image from one of our body cameras, but this is an actual image of this event. Now, the officers, not holding true to the old traditional police models of just running in and grabbing this individual, being forced with no room to make a split-second decision, stopped at the door and realized that one of our officers on scene had one of these very drones themselves. And we sat there and we began watching this individual, and based on the severity of the crime, based on the fact that he was sitting there and not acknowledging officers' commands, instead talking to himself, developing fears in the officers, he may be having some mental health issues or under the influence of drugs. And as you can see with the pew, that's kind of really not showing his hands. Nevertheless, officers can see him holding some type of object in his hand. We're able to nevertheless use the advantage of distance and time and send our drone and fly around. And that's what we did. We spent a good 5 or 10 minutes in this particular situation, flying a drone all around this individual, from close, from far, from up above, from all sides. And we were able to realize, using that time component, that despite that our stress and our fears that this is a carjacking suspect that had bad intentions towards us, ultimately came down to a man who was holding nothing more than a wallet in his hand that deliberately chose this church to run into. And what he was doing was, he's not high on drugs by talking to himself, but he was rather praying, because he knew he was going to jail, and that's how he wanted to finish his last moments of freedom before he went to jail. And that allowed us as officers to completely reframe our mind in that situation, and allow it ultimately for us to calmly walk up to this individual without force and place him in handcuffs without further incident. Incidents like this are not unique to the Downey Police Department. This is a video from Santa Monica Police Department, who has started a drone programs years ago, and they had such tremendous success with it that they evolved to how we are currently using it at the Downey Police Department, where officers have drones in their cars and it's more reactive in nature. They became very proactive and began using drones as first responders. And they found that by having the appropriate amount of equipment and actually dedicated personnel, that they were able to, on average, get drones on scene to emergency calls 90% faster than officers driving there. And that allowed time for the officers for the drone operators to begin seeing what's going on, relating that to the officers to help them strategize how they're going to respond to this call. And in this particular case, let's see if I can get the video to play. Whoops.
drone for the department after a 911 caller reported a teenager holding a gun in the middle of the street. The drone found the teens before officers arrived, and Lashley relayed critical information.
Just the mechanical, the way they were manipulating it.
Yeah, kind of cut short there. So if you imagine if you're one of these Santa Monica officers and you're getting 911 calls and you're getting reports that there were two men armed with firearms in public, can you imagine the stress that's involved? There's really no greater stress for a law enforcement officer to undergo when they're responding to a call involving weapons, because you have a fear that these weapons may be used against you. You have an active shooter. And you oftentimes get limited information. Oftentimes these calls just come out as simply there's people with guns out there. And in this particular case, using Santa Monica, using their drones as first responders, they actually had their drone overhead on scene first. And then the drone operator began making some keen observations. First of all, he noticed in this particular case that these two young men, these are just teenagers, they're wearing backpacks there. They're not actually out pointing their guns at people. And so that said, okay, we can slow things down a little bit. Yes, they have weapons. I see the weapons, but they're not actively trying to hurt anybody at the moment. And that first initial steps caused all the other responding officers in the area to begin staging around the corner instead of rushing in. And then as the drone operator began watching, and it was one very quickly, but you saw that they began manipulating the firearms in a special way, that they removed the handle, showing a CO2 cartridge inside the gun. And that initial that single observation realized that this is not a real weapon, this is a replica firearm. And how often do you hear out there the tragedies of officers shooting, unfortunately, individuals that didn't have a real firearm? It was a replica that looked real. And these firearms, even though it's not the greatest of quality of video there, you can see that they look like real guns. And using the traditional response without drones and this type of technology, officers would have no recourse but to walk up to these individuals, a gun drawn, and you hope that these teenagers wouldn't make some type of wrong movement and end in tragedy. And that was all avoided by the use of this drone in this circumstance. And I'm highlighting a first couple of examples here, actual safety concerns, but it goes far beyond that. There's a search and rescue component, and you think of Downey being a dense urban community, search and rescue. I often think of like mountains and forests and things of that nature. But it still plays a role, and a role that we had an example was earlier this year, a 21-year-old UCLA student became despondent and suicidal. He left his house. He had no Downey ties, but for whatever reason, the freeway system and traveling in his depressed state, he ended up getting off the freeway and stopping in the middle of the night at Rio San Gabriel Park. Left his phone in his car and disappeared into the darkness. And we were able to locate him because he left his phone in this car, and we were able to track him down to where he was at. And we were faced with a daunting situation that evening. We have a car parked at the dark Rio San Gabriel Park, which adjoins the riverbed, the San Gabriel riverbed. And where is this individual, and how quickly can we get to him before something even worse happens? He commits suicide. And the prevailing belief by our officers when we got on scene is because this individual had no Downey ties, he probably did not go to visit some of these adjoining residences. He must have gone into the riverbed, he must have gone to the park. And how do you, in the middle of the night, search such a large area? We were fortunate enough in this particular scenario that we had one of our drones that has an infrared camera that allows us to see at darkness. And so then what we were able to use is, instead of dispersing all of our resources into the park, into the riverbed, searching for this individual, we sent our drone to cover the park and the riverbed, instead reallocate our officers into the neighborhoods. And using that divide and conquer and being able to use the drone to do the search and rescue and eliminate the large swath of land that we worried he might have been, we've realized he wasn't over there, and one of our officers ran into the individual walking on one of the sidewalks in the residentials. And we were able to help stop him and get him the help that he needed for his depression that evening. And there's a component of our drones and technology that really allows us to reach out to our community. This is an item that people have great interest in and curiosity. It's an icebreaker. When we're out there on calls for service, people are curious, and that allows for conversations to take place that maybe not necessarily would materialize without them. And we've had a lot of great community interaction with folks curious about our drone program. Not only curious, but going back to that missing persons case, a great level of appreciation. This individual that was suicidal, his family showed up, and the amount of appreciation they had, not for only dedicating our human resources, but they were so amazed that we had our drones up looking for this, brought them tremendous amount of satisfaction that in their moment of crisis, the police department was doing everything that we could and using these modern technologies to help locate their missing relative. But there's some of the neat things that we've actually participated in. Is like Alameda Elementary School earlier this year had a robotics engineering showcase. And of all the different groups out there, we had our drone team working with the kids and teaching them and them showing us some of the stuff they were doing. And it was a wonderful, wonderful moment. As well as over the Columbia Space Center, they had the Girls STEM Drone Day. And they had the drone soccer clubs and different types of people using drones in different ways, but that allowed us to show up and participate and have a lot of great conversations and interactions, a lot of people showcasing this technology of ours. Something else that we're using drones for now that's really neat is crime scene investigations. So if you think about how normally in the past we would handle a crime scene or a major traffic accident scene, we would have our CSI person get out there with their camera, the digital camera, and they would walk around for a good period of time taking pictures, trying to cover every angle possible. And then after that, for a measurement standpoint, we would have to take detailed measurements of everything. And we have a crew of people that are trained that basically are using surveying equipment, and it would take a couple of hours out there where they would go through and methodically measure. And if this was like a major accident here that on the screen that we're measuring, they would go to where the front bumper is, where all the wheels are. It's very time-consuming and very laborious work, but you need to get that for the accurate measurement so that later on in a court you can recreate these events with great accuracy. With the drones now, we have some software that we use along with the drones. Is if this was our accident scene, we would show up with a drone operator. They basically on the little map on the screen of the drone controller say, this is the circle of my crime scene, and the drone would go away and do its own little thing. And it takes about 20 to 30 minutes, and this drone flying around all quickly would be from all different heights taking thousands of pictures, and it's quite literally thousands of pictures. And then we come back to the station and it gets dumped into a computer program and you get a 3D rendering. And this is an example of the exact software that we use. Now, this doesn't do it necessarily just because this is 2D, but if you can kind of visualize the last time you're playing around with Google Street View and you're kind of moving your little mouse around and seeing that view, that's what you'd be getting from the recreation of an accident scene. And not only do you have that 3D recreation of the accident scene, but it's with precise measurements because drones have GPS. They've found that the accuracy of drawing 2 points on an image, and that's what you see, those two little yellow things, or if you were the user of this and said, I wanted the distance between those two locations, the accuracy has been found to be down to 1/100th of an inch. So this is, in a way, a real game changer when years later, if we are in court and we're trying to show everyone in the courtroom the crime scene, or we're dealing with a civil case because there's folks involved in a major traffic collision, instead of showing them a bunch of data points saying, well, the left wheel was this many feet away from the curb, and you're trying to visualize that and you're trying to match up with a bunch of 4x6 photos in front of you and you're trying to get that visualization. Instead, you have something like this now that everyone can move the mouse around, turn it around, plot points on there and see distances, and it really changes how you view something from years ago when you're trying to recreate it. And then up to this point, when I've been talking about the safety components and how that relates to the deployment of resources to processing these crime scenes in large areas, I've been talking about it in manpower out there, but there's also the other side of it is the cost savings. If we're going out to a major call and we're sending all our folks and we realize by a drone early on that it's not, that allocation of the appropriate amount of resources helps us be wise in our spending of those officers. Crime scene processing. An average fatal traffic collision, going back to using that surveying equipment, will involve an officers at each side of the intersection providing traffic control. So if you have a four-way intersection, you're going to have 4 officers, and you're going to have a team of about 3 to 4 people spending about 5 hours taking all the measurement points. It's a lot of people, and there's a lot of a cost associated with having your folks out there doing that type of work, where a drone can accomplish the exact same thing with much greater detail in 30 minutes. And case in point with the search of the Rio San Gabriel area, there's a large financial cost and investment in personnel searching all those areas, and if you can alleviate that, you're doing a wonderful job if you can alleviate with the use of drones. And onto our inventory. So right now in our currently inventory, the Downey Police Department, we have 7 drones. We have four, two of each of what you see on there. And these are what we call our inside drones. They're very small. There's nothing that prohibits them from going outdoors, but they're so small, they really get kind of blown around the wind. They're not great in environmental conditions. So this is what, in using the example that I gave you, the hypothetical, we'd fly inside of a building to check out. If we wanted to go and check inside of the tight quarters of a car, which we do a lot of times, things of that nature, we'd use one of these little guys and they fly around. And we have four in our inventory, two of each. And the only real difference is that in a couple of years of updates, what they always say, when you buy your computer, it's always outdated by the time you buy it. The same thing with these kind of technologies. So for many years, everyone was using the little white ones over that you see on the left, and now the main product out there is Avata, but they basically accomplished the exact same thing. And then for our outdoor drones, we have three. We have two of the Mavics that you see on the left. It's a slightly larger than this, but this is kind of like our everyday patrol car drone. So this is what the guys carry in the back of their units. And if they're going to be on a call and need a drone that's for outdoor use, for looking for something, that's what they would be using. And the final one is our a little bit larger drone. And although it's larger, really the only thing that you're getting from it is that's the one that we have our infrared camera on. So it's a little bit larger to accommodate the more complex camera system on it, which has the infrared and a little bit better zoom. So that's what a similar type drone that when you go back and look at that video from Santa Monica Police Department, they were able to zoom in so closely. That's what that has. So it has a little bit more powerful of a camera on that one. And about our team itself. So the team is managed by myself and Lieutenant Mark Caxton, but the everyday running of the actual operations of the team involve a complement of 18 officers, 2 of those being sergeants, 16 being officers. And we have a lot of training involved in it. We have a 40-hour basic course, primarily classroom at the beginning and transitions to the later parts of those 40 hours, a lot of flying around. And the classroom part's important because there's a lot of rules with this. Training the ethical use of it, understanding the policies, the procedures, the laws, the case laws, and everything on it. It's not just taking your drone and flying around. There's a lot of things going on with it, and we have to have our people trained and certified knowing that, as well as a number of hours as well preparing for a rather comprehensive FAA exam. Because we're using this for work purposes, for government purposes, the FAA requires that we have federal licensing for each of these individuals, and they have to do a lot of studying to pass a comprehensive exam proving their competency in these things, and that takes about a total of 60 hours. And once they complete those 60 hours and they're successful in all their testing, then they are our drone pilots, and all 18 of those individuals that we have on the team are certified. And then we also recognize that this is a perishable skill. It takes practice with it, and there's always updates with laws and case laws and stuff like that, and policy updates. So we can't just teach it and then forget about it. So quarterly, we have a daily training with all the team members where they practice some of their skills, and our supervisors review with them policies and any updates to laws that they need to be familiar with. And then some of the public concerns with this. We have a very comprehensive policy. And a lot of it deals with privacy concerns, because that's one of the biggest concerns out there with drones is privacy. Ensuring that we are using it for the right reasons. We're not arbitrarily just flying it around looking for things to snoop on. It says not for random patrols, and that's really true. The idea behind this is mission specific. We have a call for service. We have an emergency. Therefore, we're going to use it at that, and we're going to use it responsibly in that limited capacity. We're not trying to create some type of secret surveillance state where we're just arbitrarily flying our drones around and seeing what we can find. To alleviate those privacy concerns, it's memorialized within our policy, and that is a very large component of that 60 hours of original training, is understanding the ethical and proper use of it to alleviate any concerns that we have from our public that we're using them improperly. Another big thing that we emphasize, and that's a lot of the concerns out there amongst the public, is the weaponization of drones. And everything that we have is not weaponized at all. In fact, they are all run-of-the-mill. Everything that we have in our current inventory, any person could walk into Best Buy today and purchase. There's nothing unique about them in any way, shape, or form other than what the general consumer can purchase with that. And again, I kind of mentioned with our training, but everything that we do is also not only guided by internal policies and by law, but also by FAA policies that have a lot of strict rules on their use with it. And the industry standard is that the fact that, we're not, as a Downey, an outlier in this. We're not blazing in the new territory that no one else has, and all the eyes of the world are on Downey of, how are you using this brand new technology that no one's ever heard of? It's actually a very commonplace out there. A lot of agencies are using it out there, and this has really become the industry standard out there, not only in the day-to-day use, as we are currently using it, but by a lot of departments that are branching out using it as drone as first responders. There's a number of LA counties agencies that have taken it to that far, like Santa Monica, as I mentioned, Beverly Hills, but even if they haven't reached that far, even some of our surrounding communities like Little Montebello, they were one of the pioneers, believe it or not, in the nation in the use of drones in law enforcement. So it's very well established out there right now. And then finally, what does the future hold for us? I love the Downey slogan, "The future unlimited," and I truly believe that. We're a city that's always been a leader in technology and advancement, and I think the future is really bright. We see tremendous value, and we've already seen the value in the limited use that we've used it in providing safety and exceptional customer service to our residents, and doing it in the manner that's it's befitting of what the expectations of our community are, of doing just top-notch work. And so as we aspire to the development of the future of this program, we're very optimistic that eventually we can get to a point that we have more officers trained and we have drones available for every situation. And we look forward to the evolution of our tomorrow and our drone program. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions that you might have of me.
Thank you, Captain Perino. No questions from me. Just to echo what you just indicated and what's in the report. This is really reshaping and rethinking public safety across law enforcement departments across the nation. And as I indicated earlier, much earlier this evening during my opening comments, as I attended Contract Cities seminar, and there was a presentation by Sheriff Luna and also the police chief from Beverly Hills. There was a very lengthy segment on the drone usage in Beverly Hills and how that also has revolutionized the department and what they've been able to do. You've mentioned that photograph of the juveniles with those guns. They're toy guns, but they didn't look that way, right? If you hadn't had that drone. So I think, we definitely are moving in that direction, and other departments are too, and we can see how efficient this is. I thank you for your presentation. My only question would be, because you said technology moves lightning speed. What is the lifespan of a drone? And I know we saw a variety of sizes. And what is the cost for the drone that is most in use?
So the drones themselves, even with antiquated technology, as you find, many of us prolong updating our phones, but nevertheless they work just fine. And even if you have a couple-year-old model of a phone, it works just fine. So we're only a year into this program, but we anticipate getting at least a minimum of 5-10 years out of our drones. The biggest thing that we only have to swap out is batteries. And that's a rather low-cost item, but batteries don't last that long. And so even maintaining our current fleet, we would nevertheless periodically, every couple of years, probably have to replace batteries as their life cycle wears out. As far as costs, they kind of vary depending on the type and the model of drone. Altogether, with our entire drone program, we're approximately about $30,000 into it. That's not only for the 7 drones, but that is for a large complement of batteries, charging cables, cases, and stuff like that. So everything altogether is about that. And the majority of that, nevertheless, comes from the very large drone. The drone itself, the motors and things of that nature don't necessarily drive the cost up. It's the camera. Having the thermal and the high zoom, that is what is the most expensive part of it. And that one drone itself is approximately $19,000. And then you take everything else, the other 6 drones, these little ones, is about $10,000 all combined, including all the accessories.
Oh, okay.
And that's why you see us using the majority of the applications and the use that we get are out of these smaller, more inexpensive ones, reserving that large, more expensive one for the more specialized type of work, like when we need the time to zoom in something very closely, or having the thermal capabilities, because the thermal cameras are a little bit more expensive.
So $30,000 for 7 drones, and these drones a potential lifespan of up to 5 years. So, very good. And just one more thing, it was interesting. I really liked how you said, and again, for purposes of for the record and for the residents who may see this at some point, is this is not for, surveillance, our police department is so busy. And this is something that Beverly Hills also mentioned. We're out there trying to, catch criminals or really get to calls. So in terms of privacy or invasion of privacy, that's not what this is about, and I really appreciated that comment. Council colleagues, any additional comments?
I just got some quick, these questions are just for planning purposes. What would, planning ahead, what if one or another person that had the gun decided to shoot at the drone? Another one, people like using lasers because they've done it with planes. So take that in consideration, plan ahead. And weather-wise, would you use the medium size in a rainstorm or a heavy wind? I just asked those to plan ahead.
Correct.
Form a standard.
And those are part of our training, and those are things that we've already discussed and we've come into play.
Okay.
The other night, we had an event that we didn't plan for, not call for service related, but it started raining on us unexpectedly. That crazy
Right.
storm that came through in the middle of the night, and we had something going on. We had a drone, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, well, I think it's not too bad, so we can keep flying the drone. And all of a sudden it became this torrential downpour, and we had to ground it. And so we had to pivot and take different approaches on it because the elements dictated that we had to change how we're going about handling that. Yes, there's concerns about people trying to shoot them down and stuff of that nature.
Right.
One of the things that, as concerning as it is, we're appreciative of the fact that we would rather fly a drone in and have someone shoot up a $1,000 drone than be forced to put in a situation where they're now shooting at us and we have to shoot them back.
Yeah.
So, it's one of those things that we have an attitude of we don't want to lose these drones, but we recognize that they're worth sacrificing in the interest of keeping people safe. But that's something that comes into play. And like I said, using your laser scenario, kind of a neat feature with all these drones with the technologies built in, is even if somebody has the ability to shine a bright light or a laser and prevent the camera from being able to relay an image back to the user, the automation in it, you can push a button, and using the GPS, it will fly back automatically to you. And so you can basically recover your drone, reset, without having to use the camera to visually see where you're going to get back to your location.
Okay. Do all these have a night vision? Because if you use it at night?
Only one. That
Only
larger
one.
drone is the only one that we currently have in our fleet of drones that has the ability to see at night.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will entertain a motion in a second to receive and file the presentation.
So moved. Second.
Let's vote. Thank you, Captain Farina.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
good
it.
presentation.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item number 14 in our agenda. The item is to consider the feasibility of establishing preferential parking zones within the city, and following discussion, provide direction to staff on the matter. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report on this?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to call Mr. Norris back to the podium. He'll provide the report for us.
Excellent.
Good evening again. Mayor Fermetta, members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, City Manager Bradley. The item before you this evening is an item that the City Council directed staff to look into at its meeting of April 11th to basically evaluate the feasibility of implementing preferential parking zones within the city. Is it possible to bring up the PowerPoint? Sorry.
No, click on the clicker.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
For purposes of this evaluation, the following two options were analyzed. Option one would be to maintain the existing preferential parking districts. And option two would be to implement the preferential parking zone. And in this, for purposes of this evaluation, the area bound by Lakewood Boulevard, Bellflower Boulevard, Buckle Street, and Stewart and Gray Road was used as a quote-unquote test area. And the recommendation this evening is that the City Council discuss and provide direction to staff regarding the creation of preferential parking zones within the city. Just try to be brief, but option one essentially is to maintain the existing preferential parking districts in this area currently in place on Volte, Corrigan, Raybear, and now Buckle Street, which was approved earlier this evening. And I won't reiterate the why preferential parking districts exist. They're to basically provide on-street parking relief due to overflow parking and other nuisances for the single-family residents that reside on that street. And so essentially during the restricted hours of the on-street parking, in this case 2 to 6 a.m., essentially gives the residents of that street exclusive use of the street to park on street as allowed by the California Vehicle Code and the city's municipal code. The single-family residents on the Bellflower Boulevard are impacted under this scenario in terms of on-street parking, since they are not currently permitted to park on Bellflower Boulevard itself, of course, because due to lack of street width, as well as the aforementioned preferential parking districts overnight between the hours of 2 to 6 a.m. by virtue that they do not reside there. This is a illustration of the existing preferential parking districts. You see the district on Volte in the gold color, on Raybear Street in red, Corrigan on green, and then Buckle Street on the blue color. Option two would be, again, the implementation of the preferential parking zone. And again, it would, under this option now, the single-family residents, in this case on Bellflower Boulevard on the west side, would be permitted to park on the existing preferential parking districts of the 4 aforementioned streets by virtue that now they would be eligible to purchase permits to park there. The implementation of the preferential parking zone would, however, to a certain extent, reduce the benefits provided by the existing preferential parking districts within the aforementioned area, given that single-family residents on Bellflower Boulevard, again, in this case, would also be allowed to park within the existing preferential parking districts, unrestricted as if they were allowed to do so prior to the establishment of the preferential parking districts. This would potentially result in residents of the existing preferential parking districts objecting to this proposal, as well as lead to a decrease in the number of permits purchased in the future, potentially, ultimately leading to the potential repealing of the districts. And so, in other words, we would be back to square one, and the preferential parking districts would have the possibility of going away because residents may lose interest and not purchase permits in the future. And again, one of the provisions in the municipal code is that if fewer than 50% of the residents within a preferential parking district purchase permits at the beginning of the fiscal year is when the new permits are issued, then that's grounds for repealing the district. In addition, the establishment of the preferential parking zone would require an amendment to section 3199.6 of the Downey Municipal Code and would require an ordinance amendment, as well as the development of the program, the application process and so forth, which staff would have to basically analyze. This is option 2, the way the preferential parking zone, if implemented, would look like. So you would no longer have the individual districts, but you would just have one comprehensive district, as you see in this exhibit on the screen. And in addition to that, you now see that the single-family residential properties on the west side of Bellflower have been added to the district or zone. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, Ed. This option 2 under this, the preferential parking zone addresses the issue that we've heard before from the gentleman on Bellflower Boulevard, correct? Him and his neighbors.
Yes.
Correct? But again, to the staff's report, then this would potentially eliminate the existing preferential parking districts, correct? If we went option 2, because at that point, then everybody within that zone has a preferential parking, correct? And now, does that also include the residents that were part of that HOA, that additional homes on Buckles?
For purposes of this evaluation, we assume that this would just be limited to single-family residents on the contiguous streets.
So
In
what it
this
means,
case,
Mayor,
Bellflower Boulevard.
I think what might be helpful here is basically we're taking the districts and we're consolidating them and saying that instead of being able to park on your district, you can now park anywhere in that zone. Yeah, that's correct. That's the fundamental difference between the two. And do you want to keep the single districts, or are you interested in exploring a test case where we open it up to a wider area where residents can then flow a little bit more through the neighborhoods and not restricted to parking just on their street?
Well, because the way I see this, and I'm looking at the map, again, it includes exactly the same. It goes from individual, the green and the red and the orange and the blue to all of it, but it also addresses the concerns and the issues from the residents along Bellflower Boulevard, which we want to also include, considering they've been addressing their frustration and their concern with that as well. So I just think that. In going with a test.
Ed, can you pull up option 1 just real quick? I just want to make sure it's clear the map there. Thank you. So just to highlight really quickly, so there's the residents that live on Raybear, the red zone there. Right now, they are only allowed to park on Raybear. With the proposal, that whole map then would be consolidated. So if you live on Raybear, you'd also then be able to park on Volte or Corrigan. And so it just opens up the ability to move out throughout the neighborhood just a hair. That's the one of the key differences here. So no longer are you required to just park on your street. You can move around a little bit.
But it is still allows that neighborhood to stay within that neighborhood.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, it is a preferential parking zone. I mean, it is a zone. And I think that has been the sticking point, and that's the reason they came to us needing help, because the residents in these single-family homes couldn't park in front of their home because other people from wherever else were parking there. But if they're all from.
That's correct. Yeah, anybody that doesn't live in that zone would not be allowed to park there, and it would include some of the areas that we had been discussing earlier as well.
I have a question, Madam.
Yes.
I was wondering, Ms. Norris, can you point to us where this HOA is?
It's up here,
All those structures there,
Yes.
It's a gated community, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it goes all the way down to Buckles.
Correct.
What's above that, those two long gray structures, and then, what is that?
I believe those are either condominiums also or townhouses, but they take access off of Lakewood Boulevard and not Buckles.
Okay. Oh, I see, the HOA has access off of Buckles.
Right.
Have we ever done any preferential parking districts for, that affect HOAs? Or would this be something new in the
No.
city?
No, the city's preferential parking ordinance essentially limits preferential parking districts to single-family zoned areas only, for the reason being that they don't really work well in areas that are zoned multifamily, because there would not be enough on-street parking spaces to accommodate the demand. And so essentially what would happen is that residents would be purchasing permits and they still wouldn't be able to park on the street just because of the density and the higher demand for on-street parking compared to single-family zoned areas.
This is going to be a topic for another session, but, you know, as we look at the RENA numbers in density and housing, we are going to have to look at, you know, parking structures and require within those. But that's a different topic and for another conversation.
Yeah.
Let me back up. Coming back to this.
I have an additional question.
Yeah.
If we're going to move into zones and we're going to test the zone, right? Why would we not include Lakewood, those homes on Lakewood and Bellflower as part of the zone? I'm just curious. I don't have a position on it. I'm just wondering if we're going to create a zone.
I think they haven't petitioned yet would be the reason that they're not in.
Right. Well, also, you mean these homes, these residents here on Lakewood Boulevard, these are also multifamily. They're triplexes or quadplexes or whatever you call them. There's like 4 units within one property. So it goes back to the discussion about do we want to allow whether to allow the multifamily uses to use the zone because of the basically, again, typically there's just not enough on-street parking to accommodate the demand.
And why is 9018 in gray? A Buckles, you see that corner? Is that 9018? Yeah,
Right here?
Do they not want to be included? Or is that not included?
They're part of the
Well,
other
this property is included in the Buckles
Okay.
district.
And the one we just made today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
The driveway's probably on Buckle.
Oh, that's what it is. Any other comments?
Let
questions?
me address what my Councilman Trujillo was saying earlier and get a response. You looked into a year or two ago about using the commercial property on Stewart and Gray. What was your conclusion on that?
Well, we contacted the property management several times and they never responded. And it could be due to concerns over liability. They just don't want to take on the liability of a shared use parking agreement possibly. But they just overall seem to show lack of interest.
Okay, well.
Okay, do we have a motion to test option 2? And if so, how long will this test be? Because right here, the implementation of the preferential parking zone will require an amendment to our Downey Municipal Code.
Let me do a rebuttal on that because there's a number of open issues on that. Once you open that up, because I live with this, I had 3 families next to me living in a home. They took up practically the entire block. They had a business, so when we did not have a permit, they took all the on-street parking for the rest of the neighborhood. So when you open it up like that, anybody, even from one of the neighboring streets, can come in, park their car, move it every 3 days, move it constantly, and you would never get the ability to park in front of your vehicle.
In front of your house. So that, and again, I get that. I also want to address the issues brought up by the residents along Bellflower Boulevard that aren't
Right.
able to park
And
there.
that's more of a planning issue, and it's also an issue of the HOA, because some of them, I don't know specifically about this, but I've inquired on 3 HOAs, condominiums, and 4 apartment buildings throughout my district, and most of it is planning and refusal to pay for a permit. These are kind of small, but it was not planned properly ahead of time. Parking on Bellflower and Lakewood, of course, you can't park there. But if we go back in time, we're gonna have another major problem. We're solving the problem for the residents. If we do a test market, I can almost guarantee you, because I've talked to some of the residents on Volter, they purposely come and park on their blocks. Some of them have actually bought property on the block just to take the parking spots. So we're opening up a big can of worms when we do that.
Okay, yes.
What if we add Bellflower Boulevard to the newly created preferential district on Buckles that we created today? Because in this test zone, the only part we're missing is Bellflower Boulevard, where we've had a resident come numerous times. Or what if we added Bellflower Boulevard, that one block, and we split it? If you live, in the middle north, you could go to Buckles, or in the middle south, you can go to Corrigan. Right, because we're trying to take care of Bellflower here. So what if we divide Bellflower and say, these residents can be part of the preferential district on Buckles, and these residents can be part of the preferential district on Corrigan?
In that case, you would be essentially retaining the individual preferential parking districts, but expanding them to include the properties you mentioned on Bellflower Boulevard.
Mm-hmm. I think I would agree with that. Because again, we're looking at, these properties that are really impacted. They cannot park their vehicles right there at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I would make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So just so we're clear, so it would be the Corrigan district, including the southern half of Bellflower, and then the north half of Bellflower would join the Buckles, is what we're talking about here.
And that would be between Buckles and Stewart and Gray, those properties.
There may be another option. This map doesn't show it, but as the 2 streets merge, there is a church. And if you can get the permission of the church, it's a big lot. If you can park at the church after hours and get their permission, then that would almost
But
alleviate
the
a lot
church
of,
is a little,
lot of the problems.
that's Desert Rain, and Desert Rain is much further down.
Yeah, but as you go as they intersect Bellflower and Lakewood, you're almost getting to the point here where you come into the intersection there and it runs right into Lakewood. If you go a block down after there's a little car wash, there's a closed down restaurant, which right now is being used technically illegally as a parking lot. Because I've seen this for the last 3 months. People park there. But then across the street by the liquor store is a large church. They might allow after hours, maybe after 6 or after 8, free parking there as long as you are out maybe by the next morning. We would have to ask their permission.
I should also mention that we're also looking at the same time into creating more on-street parking in this area. And we looked at the north side of Stewart and Gray Road, and it actually has enough street width to provide about 20 on-street parking spaces on the north side by restriping
Okay.
the westbound lanes on Stewart and Gray Road. So we have, you can consider that in lieu, or I guess an alternative to the concept of shared parking at the landing.
So now, and how quickly, and I know that's another item, but how quickly can we move in that direction? Because again,
We might need to do a code amendment to make this compromise option work out. But if that's the direction of council, we can go ahead and look at how to operationalize that and bring it back
Yes.
for formal adoption.
Okay, let's do that. I motioned, we have a second, let's vote.
What are we voting for?
That Bellflower Boulevard residents
Using Buckles
and Corrigan.
on their own?
Well, I'm sure the city, well, he's got questions. Sorry. Did you have questions?
Was there a question? I'm sorry.
Did you have questions, Mr. Horn?
What?
Did you have questions?
Happy to answer any questions if there
Okay,
are.
well, it's obvious because I've been working on this. You've got my notes from the March 14th, and I've covered a number of these issues in the possible solutions. I know that if we move backwards, we're back into hell, because I've gone through hell to get certain blocks in Southern Downey, the proper thing, and every day they thank me because we no longer have drug addicts, we no longer have people playing loud music in front of the house. You have to be permitted, it's someone you know. There's a number of issues that have to be considered. It's not something that can be considered overnight, and that's why we're still doing a study. And I put possible answers, and I've given it to you earlier, back on May 8th, of possible solutions, but we really need to have the citizens involved, because if we start doing this, there's gonna be a lot of havoc. I personally have met with about 25 of the residents, other than Buckles, and their concern is we have no place to park even now, because we have to park on our lawns, because we can't park until 2 a.m. And they continue to get tickets, and we have to resolve that. We have to go back to my first issue in February about expanding the preferential parking earlier than 2 a.m. because if I work a regular shift, and I've done this, I had a 20-hour day and I couldn't park in front of my house, I'm pissed as crap. I had to go 3 blocks to park, or I had to get a friend to park in front of my house so that when I arrived home at 1 o'clock in the morning, I could park somewhere, either in front of my house or in my driveway. So I had to have someone take a car out of my driveway, put it on the street so I can have a place to park at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, because I'm getting up 4 hours earlier, going back to work. I got no time to play around. And that's the same issue here.
And I think, Councilmember Horn, this will allow us to get these residents from Bellflower. We understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And we're going to then restrip that area, that portion north of Stewart and Gray. And that's another item that we're also going to consider. And I think that will also alleviate on that end. But for now, this is what is in front of us. But I hear you. It's a very frustrating for us, because we can't act fast enough, and certainly for our residents who have to deal with this issue. Of overpopulation, too many cars, not enough space. But we voted, and we're gonna come back with additional.
Okay.
So thank you for your passion on this. Moving
Mayor, so-
on.
I think we need to
I'm
get
sorry.
the,
Yes, so Councilmember Horn, your vote stands as a no?
I'm trying to decide what are we doing? Are we going to open it up? Or are we going to keep
Just
it
for
the
those
same?
residents, no. We're gonna keep the districts. We're gonna keep the districts.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because temporarily we have a solution. It's the only solution that Downey's ever offered. And that's why I don't want to see preferential all throughout Downey.
Yeah,
That's
no.
why I brought this up back in March. We have to find another solution, other ways, even if we have to do some law changes, provided we can do some law changes.
Yes.
But,
So this I think, helps us to move, the needle a little bit. And I think we're making a little bit of progress.
Yeah, the
But
first priority for me, it has to go to the resident that lives there. I understand the condos and the apartments.
no, yes, but
You don't
look
have
at
your
this.
parking
We are
problem.
just including the residents of Bellflower. South, right at the midpoint. Mid-Bellflower South goes to Buckles, and Bellflower North goes to Corrigan for a period of time. And then we are going to look at north of Stewart and Gray, restripping and allowing additional parking. But I think that alleviates the frustration and the inability of our Bellflower residents that are not able to park in front of their homes,
And then it
period.
brings the frustration back to Corrigan and Volte, because I've heard them, they've actually cried at meetings. I got no other option. I gotta sell my house. I gotta get out of Downey. You're not helping me. And we're getting tickets. We're getting tickets, which we can't, enforcement's doing what they're supposed to do. But even Mr. Trujillo has received things about 2 a.m. and can we waive the ticket? No, we can't waive the ticket. I don't want to move backwards on this issue because there are now 8 preferential parkings. I have participated on 5 of them personally. So I'm aware of a lot of issues throughout the district. You do have one in District 4. It all started back in 2015 at Shelleyfield. And Moeller is considering it, and others are considered, because an apartment building on Lakewood is using their area as a parking lot.
And it's a very large conversation.
Yeah.
And
We do have to
I
bring
see
the
it.
item back, so we'll be-
But we are gonna have to bring this item back. For the
Yeah.
time being, I don't want to exclude those residents that at this point in time don't have anywhere to park also. And we are still keeping the districts. And I think that's what we agreed would be a viable option.
Okay.
All right? Okay. Moving on.
So Mayor, just to repeat the vote, it's,
3-1.
yes. The motion is approved with Councilmember Horn voting no.
Let's see, moving on to, where are we? Number 15. We're almost getting there. Number 15, thank you very much, Ed. The annual Downtown Downey parking assessment, and that is that the City Council, number 1, receive and file the findings of the 2022 annual downtown parking assessment by Dixon Resources Unlimited. 2, direct staff to explore the consultant's recommendations pertaining to potential installation of additional wayfinding signage to direct drivers to off-street parking lots, implementing suggested recommendations to address crime within the parking structure, and whether to apply a 2-hour time limit to the entire small parking lot. That's the narrow lot located next to the Avenue Theater. And number 3, provide direction to city staff on whether another parking assessment should be undertaken in the fall of 2023 at an estimated cost of $26,000. City Manager Bradley, who's giving the report?
We have Ms. Julie Dixon here from Dixon Resources Unlimited, who will provide the presentation. And Interim Community Development Director Post will start us off.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. I just wanted to start with just a real brief introduction. In 2015, the City Council directed staff to assess parking strategies in the downtown area. And actually, at that time, we hired Dixon Resources to actually conduct some assessments within the downtown. They've done assessments in 2015, 18, 19, 21, and then this most recently one in 22. The findings of the 22 study were presented to the Downtown Downey Improvement Association as well as the Planning Commission. And so now I want to introduce Julie Dixon, who's going to present those findings to you tonight. So
Thank you, and thank you for waiting. It's been a long night.
Sounds
So
like
we
parking's
apologize for that.
Oh, no worries. And I will be efficient with your time and happy to be here to talk about the data collection. And so, as mentioned, we actually did the parking study for the downtown area. And one of the key aspects of that program was to be able to make data-driven decisions. And one of the factors that I always like to reinforce is the fact that when we talk about parking occupancy, when you hit 85% occupancy, it basically means that you're near or at capacity. And so one of the things that we're going to talk about here tonight is your current status as of 2022 on your occupancy numbers, as well as your turnover percentages. That also ties into some of the support items. One of the things that we've done is last year we didn't come back to council only because of time and obviously some of the COVID impacts. So tonight I'm going to touch on both the 2021 and 2022 numbers. And in both cases, we actually did the studies in early November, and you'll see that we did data collection during the timeframes of 9 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. And then also on Saturday evenings. Pre-COVID, there was a lot of activity happening, especially in the downtown area. So that's why we added the Saturday evening collections. And I think you're going to see, as we talk about both the on and off street impacts, how you're going to see the downtown is really coming back to life, if I'll call it that. And so when we talk about that occupancy number, one of the reasons why we highlighted the numbers in yellow is because that's when you're really getting closer to the 85% number. But one of the things that's really been the trend for Downey in general is the fact that you still have room for growth and room for opportunity. And so the aspect of parking occupancy demonstrates that you really don't need to make any policy changes of any significance. When we first came into Downey, the interest was, let's put parking meters into the downtown area. And the reality is you don't need parking meters in the downtown area. And I'm really happy to report on the fact that, especially working with staff and including the police department, really trying to be as efficient as we can, especially when we seek compliance in the downtown area. And I think that that's one of the really best aspects of the downtown area too, is that there is not paid parking as compared to other communities. But we highlighted the yellow area because when we talk about New Street, that's really where you have some of your highest occupancy numbers. But the other benefit that you also can see is that we are starting to climb as compared to previous years. And that's important as we look at these trends, is the fact that, again, I'm happy to report downtown is a very popular destination location, but we're still well below those thresholds. Now, again, compared to previous years, on the weekends, you have a very popular farmers market. And the reality is that our community enjoys coming downtown for that event, and they find their locations, and again, still below those thresholds. And in past years, we actually have worked with staff and the farmers market, I'll call it businesses, to make sure that they're also parking in designated locations, because in past years, they were taking up some of the premium locations. And obviously, we want our customers and visitors to be able to occupy those particular locations. So when we talk about turnover, this is really, again, for how long cars are staying. And this is something that when you look at the trends, again, in general, folks are adhering to the posted time limits. And that's, again, demonstrating the fact that we have the consistent enforcement resources out there. Again, it's not all about writing parking tickets by any means. That's not the intention of a program like this. But the reality is parking tickets do happen, and it's really as a result of those folks that are potentially abusing the time limits. But again, you can very much see the fact that folks are turning over those parking spaces, and you can actually see that that trend is actually even increasing over the years as we've been doing this particular data collection. And on the weekends, we do start to see that trend maybe a little bit longer. So that could be something that when we talk about maybe recommendations on Saturdays in particular, that we might need to tweak up a little bit more enforcement or potentially dedicate a little bit more resources to that, because the fact is we have folks coming and maybe dwelling in their spaces a little bit longer. And I will tell you, I don't have this for fact, but oftentimes it's maybe the employees or the businesses who maybe know that we don't have as high of a presence on the weekends. So maybe they'll just squeak out a little bit of extra time in those particular locations. So the one thing that, if you've heard me talk about this before, I will always repeat myself. You have a parking garage, and there are cities that would give anything to have a parking garage like you all do. And the reality is, we still need to work on getting folks to park in that parking garage. When we came for the Planning Commission meeting, we noticed that the new digital signage hadn't been turned on yet. And we were able to work really closely with staff and the vendor to get that equipment on. I was really excited on my way over here tonight to see that the lights are on and the digital signs are basically working. And so that's a really big plus. But now what we want to talk about is connecting the dots to help get folks to the garage. And I think that that's something that we've seen through past surveys and through past evaluations, is that surprisingly, there are some people that don't even know that the garage is there. So being able to really, again, breadcrumb folks to that location is something that we really want to reinforce. But when we talk about the off-street occupancy, I think it comes as no surprise, especially during the work hours, that the Civic Center lot is a very popular location, folks conducting city business. But as you again look through the other locations, and one of the reasons why the recommendation of potentially implementing a time limit on the narrow lot really comes from that occupancy number that we're seeing. It is a very small location, as you can see, with only 15 parking spaces. And that might be a location that would be ideal for the introduction of a time limit so that we can, again, encourage turnover and, again, encourage folks to park in the parking garage. And on the weekends, you can, again, see the narrow lot, again, being a very popular location to park. But everywhere else, you have plenty of parking availability. And that's the one factor we really want to reinforce. Now, this does come down in some cases to the safety concerns that some people might have. The issue of catalytic converter theft is prevalent all across the country, especially here in California. And so that's one of the reasons when we get into the recommendations, which we'll talk about here in a moment. But when we talk about turnover, again, on the weekdays in our parking lots, I really want to reinforce when we talk about parking theory, on-street parking is the premium. We want people to come in, spend their money, and leave so someone else can park there. And our off-street locations are the places where we want people to park and stay for longer. That's where we have our permitted parking, and as well as where maybe when you have an appointment, at the insurance company or you're going to get your hair done, we really want you to park in the parking lots and parking garages, because that's really intended for the long-term stay on street. And the reason why we have time limits is so that, again, get your business in, get out, and basically let someone else park there so that, again, they can come in and enjoy our businesses and restaurants. The dwell time on the weekends, again, fairly consistent, but you can see that we really do, again, want to encourage the opportunity for folks to park in our off-street locations. The reality is that you do have ample parking resources, and we want to make sure that our customers take advantage of those locations. So when we again talk about the occupancy numbers and the overall findings, the trend is that we're seeing kind of the renaissance again of the downtown coming back to life post-COVID. And the reality is that your off-street facilities continue to be underutilized, but we do encourage that the city should continue to make data-driven decisions, and this should really influence policy moving forward. And then again, some of the initial recommendations, and these continue, is that breadcrumbing of being able to help direct folks to the parking garage, especially when they're coming off of your major arterials, and to, again, really reinforce the security and safety of the parking garage so that folks feel comfortable to park there. And then again, the opportunity to potentially introduce time limits into the narrow lot. And again, the more consistent that we can have parking enforcement out there so that we can encourage compliance, that's really the way to ensure the turnover of those parking spaces. And again, to continue to utilize data to drive the decisions of how you are going to manage parking, especially in your downtown. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Julie. That was a very, very good report. I do think we need to certainly discuss or address the issue of the parking structure, and I think we are in agreement that we do need installation of wayfinding signage. That is important. But one of the main reasons we hear from our residents, they are not utilizing that great parking structure of 395 spots, is fear, concerns for their safety. And that is, again, any other city in LA County would give so much to have that parking structure. And I think we need to do a better job. We need to look at, certainly, in speaking with our city manager, cameras, and I think that's a project underway, or looking at it, correct? But I also wanted to, from having this opportunity to discuss this, is looking at, I know, and I would like to bring this up on another agenda item. I know the security contract for the downtown is going to be coming up for renewal. And I think we also need to consider that and go out to RFP. But in order for us to look at, we value our downtown, and we want to continue to see it thrive and have activities for families. Again, we have very active restaurants and certainly a nightlife, and we've got to be able to balance that. We've got a great movie theater, but when we are tagged on social media and residents do not feel safe parking there, then we run into issues. So I think I want to, I would like to propose with my council colleagues' support that we look into additional safety mechanisms for that parking structure. And I do like the recommendation of applying a 2-hour time limit to the small parking lot, that narrow lot. I do think that is going to be very effective in controlling and installing wayfindings, because people immediately, when I've talked to people, they look at the parking structure from Portos, and they think that's it. But we've got a great one just a couple blocks down. So we've got a ways to go. I do think the report that you've provided is it's good. It's a good start. I agree, and I'm not sure we need another assessment by the fall, but I don't know if my council colleagues agree or disagree.
I'm okay with skipping the I think would be the 5th survey. Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
Great presentation, by the way. It's so good that I don't think we need it for another year. Thank you.
I agree. I agree, Madam Mayor. We don't need another survey, but I mean, if you can compare and contrast the two parking lots, parking structures, I mean, well, where Portos is it's highly visible. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of people walking around. But the other one, I don't blame. I don't park there myself.
I don't either.
I wouldn't take my family in there. I just,
Mm-hmm.
So, I think reviewing the security company and their protocols, and I think that's a good call.
Okay. So, Councilmember
I just
Horn?
had a quick question. I don't know if you were the consultant, but it says in response to comments from the planning committee regarding security issues within the parking garage, the consultant offered the following suggestion: applying a fresh coat of bright colored paint to the garage structure. How does that help security?
Yeah, absolutely. Just actually, we've had it in several garages. Just actually the application of even just a clean white coat of paint with the existing lighting, it basically actually brightens the garage. We did a project in Park City, Utah, and the city council actually thought we spent over $1 million in lighting, and all we did was paint first of all, power wash the walls and floors, and then whitewash the walls and ceilings, and that was the investment, and it literally lit up the garage like a candle. And so don't get me wrong, it's not the only investment, I want to be clear on that.
Right.
But in some cases, just the cleanliness aspect of the garage can really play a difference, and the existing lighting to be just reinforced with the white colored walls, and in some cases bright colored paint, it really does have a differentiator. And again, it's not the only solution, don't get me wrong, but it definitely starts to change the visual aspect. As you are a customer or a parker in that location, it just changes the visual experience as well.
No, bright color I can see, but if you paint it blue and at night it's not going to help you with security.
I just highlight when you say the whitewash, that what it is accent walls or accent poles to be able to highlight what floor level you're on. So it makes it easy to locate it. But yeah, the example and I know it's Park City, don't get me wrong, but this was a very old garage, 600 spaces. It was very cavernous. And I'm telling you, all we did was power wash it and paint the walls and the ceiling white. And they literally thought we put all new lighting in there. The lighting was several years old. All it was that the ability to reflect the light off of those white walls. It really made a difference. And that's not the only location. That was just one of the really ones where we had public comment and council comment thinking that, they had invested money that they'd forgotten about, and that wasn't the case.
Okay. Bright color like that might add to the graffiti that might come with it.
Well, you have to be responsive to those issues.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like any graffiti. If you don't address it immediately, the reality is it just expands. So it's really that aspect of the timeliness of, again, the power washing really makes a difference. Several parking garages, you actually will find that you won't locate a trash can in the parking garages any longer either, because basically when you look at the trash that's in the trash can, it's actually people emptying out their glove compartments, emptying out their center consoles, because the reality is most people carry their trash with them and locate the trash can. And that's also another cleanliness aspect in the garages. There's been tons and tons of studies over garage maintenance and upkeep, and some of these little tiny things that really can make a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Well, thank you for this, Julie. I will make a motion to receive and file the findings of the 2022 annual downtown parking assessment by Dixon Resources Unlimited, and install additional wayfinding signage to direct drivers off street parking lots, implement the recommendations we discussed. We're looking at video cameras for the parking structure. We also discussed looking at the contract for security. Also, I would like to look at the power washing and potentially repainting of the parking structure. I think that, and doing an assessment of the lighting.
I'll second.
And also applying a 2-hour time limit to the small parking lot next to the Avenue Theater. You'll second?
Yes.
Can we vote, please?
The motion is approved unanimously.
And then also we're pausing on the study. Sorry, I forgot that. That's correct.
That's correct. We are foregoing the study. Item number 3. I will be taking items number 17 and 18 next. Item number 16 on the agenda is going to be heard last. So number 17 is the adoption of resolution number 23-8170, proclaiming the end of the local emergency related to COVID-19, and that the City Council, 1, adopt resolution number 23-8170, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey proclaiming the end of the local emergency regarding novel coronavirus COVID-19, and number 2, cancel the suspension of Downey Link and Dial-A-Ride fare collection for riders. And I see City Manager.
Rakti Cloak is here, our emergency manager, to do the report for us.
Thank you. Hi, Rakti.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and city staff. Thank you for having me here. I would like to speak on those 2 items. Just a little bit of background on it. As you all know, back in March of 2020, there was a declaration of a worldwide pandemic. Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency on March 4th of 2020. We followed suit shortly after on March 18th and proclaimed a local emergency. Since then, we've taken many actions to help mitigate the effects of COVID-19 on our residents. Some of those included providing personal protective equipment and supplies to city staff, visitors, and partner agencies. We expanded our remote services to allow for plan checks and permit applications. We distributed rental assistance and small business assistances, conducted 6 large-scale food drives, and maintained a COVID hotline. Another item that we did do back in August of 2020 was the city suspended fare collections for Downey Link and Dial Ride to assist residents who were impacted by COVID-19. Since then, it's been a little over 3 years now. COVID-19 no longer poses the same threat as it was back then. And as such, Governor Newsom did end the state's COVID-19 state of emergency on February 28th. Los Angeles County ended their proclamation March 31st. The World Health Organization announced on May 5th that COVID was no longer a global health emergency, and the federal government ended the national emergency as well on May 11th. And as such, staff recommends that the City Council adopts this resolution so that we may also officially end our local emergency. And having said that, to stay consistent with the ending of the emergency, staff recommends we end the suspension of the Downey Link and Dial Rides fare suspension as well, because this will also make us consistent with other transit agencies who have now started to collect fares. Fees would remain as they were back in 2020, which was 50 cents per trip, $15 for a 30-day bus pass. And if the suspension was to be lifted, it would take 30 days for us to reactivate the program. And those are the recommendations, staff.
Thank you, Rakesh. Just want to say thank you for all the work that you also have done over the last 3 years as the emergency manager for this city. I don't have any questions or comments. I don't know if my colleagues do, but I will entertain a motion in a second to adopt this resolution ending the emergency.
I'll make a motion.
A second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you for that, and thank you for staying this late.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Moving on to, and again, that was to adopt resolution number 23-8170 and cancel the suspension of Downey Link and Dial-A-Ride fare collection for riders. Item number 18 on the agenda is to update on the development of a community garden in the city of Downey, Parks and Rec. Number 1 is to receive an update and provide staff with any desired feedback on the progress for locating a potential community garden within the city. And 2, direct staff to include funding to establish a community garden in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. City Manager?
Director Chacon is here for the report.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I know I was the hot topic tonight, but everybody left. So we'll give what we got left.
No, you've got some faithful
Who care?
community
I love
garden
it.
supporters. Thank you.
So in late 2022, the City Council requested staff to begin researching some possible locations for a community garden, considering a multitude of factors, location, access, water availability, security. Staff began looking at some properties around the city that might fit the need. We were able to identify a couple parcels around town that are owned by Los Angeles County Department of Water and Power. Over by the Rio Hondo Golf Course. The Community Development Department staff contacted LADWP and began discussions and negotiations about a potential usage of the parcel. Unfortunately, that parcel is not available for lease at this time from LADWP. They did offer us 2 other sites just south of the Rio Hondo Golf Course near Crawford Park. Unfortunately, they are not available for community garden use. They have strict usage requirements, and right now they're only available as a passive park, which is a good note for us still to add park space in the future, but not what we're looking for as far as community gardens. So staff has reached out to Southern California Edison regarding availability of parcels in our community that would allow community gardens. A lot of our southeast area cities that have community gardens, they do exist in Edison parcels. I have past experience in other agencies. They're more open than LADWP are in some of the rules that they have. So what we'd like to do, we currently have lease agreements with Edison for other parks, Crawford Park, Wilderness Park. Those are all leases that we have long-term agreements. So we have reached out to Edison and we are waiting for a response from them as far as what inventory of available parcels they have within Downey that would fit our needs. Depending on the locations, would be the factors that fit into what we're looking for, exactly the square footage that would be available, what kind of community garden we could build there. All of those are factors that we would have to look at depending on the size of land that we have available. In your staff report, we do talk about the specifics of the agencies that we're reaching out to, and that the locations, there's a lot of factors that go into that. The locations of a third-party governmental agency fit best for a community garden, rather than some of the other options. Current park sites are already heavily impacted with youth sports, picnics, reservations, rental, parking. There's a lot of issues there that we don't necessarily want to take away recreation and open space to put a community garden. So that was difficult for us to find current city property that had that viability. And then the last would be allowing community gardens on private property. This is a bigger discussion that has been come up in the past. I believe in 2013 through 2015, there were some churches and some private entities that wanted to explore the option of having community gardens on their property. That is an option. We would have to come back to the city council and amend some codes and zoning that don't currently allow that on private property, as well as to come back to the city council with some policies and guidelines on exactly how we want those community gardens to be governed on private property. With the financial impact, this is taking into account roughly about a 10,000 square foot community garden, which is rather average right now. Lakewood, as mentioned earlier, does have one of the better community gardens around, but it's on 3 acres of land and has over 330 plots. So it's a very big property. We've reached out. We worked really well with them and their director to get some information on what they have. Pico Rivera also has a really good plot location. Theirs is a little bit bigger. Theirs is about 25,000 square feet and about 89 plots. So roughly we're in that ballpark of what we would need as far as space. So the $30,000 for the consideration would be roughly about a 10,000 square foot site in which we're taking into account any grading, fencing, security issues that we would have to do, and then looking at some above ground plots that we would look at. The size of the plots and all that would be determined based on the size of the lot we were able to identify. But that's the update we're coming back to the city council with, just to get some direction, some input on that so that we can have that, as well as including the $30,000 into our budget for the upcoming fiscal year in the event that we do find a property that we're able to lease, that would already be in our budget and able to use instead of having to slow down the process and come back at a later time for that. So that concludes my report. I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you, Jason.
Madam Mayor, thank you, Jason. Very informative. I'm a big fan of the community garden concept. I appreciate your information and appreciate Parks and Rec reaching out, or staff reaching out to these different entities. The concept of a community garden adds, cultural enrichment and food security to a community. I understand that every $1 invested in a garden yields about $6 worth of produce, and I think it's something that's wanted and needed in our community. So I'm in favor of this. Unless anybody else has any comments, Madam Mayor.
No, I agree with you. And I'm looking at, again, I'm disappointed to hear that the areas that we were looking at are currently not available. And I'm looking at the staff report, number 3, allowing community gardens on private property, and looking at some zoning changes to our current municipal code. Because again, if there are some churches that have large property, I know the one right behind us has a large area, and there could be something that discussed there in some opportunity. But I agree with Councilmember Sosa. Community gardens bring the community together and certainly promote the healthy living and environmental sustainability, and I'm in favor of that as well. I think this is important for our community. I don't know if council colleagues have additional questions, comments.
So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to include up to $30,000 in the upcoming budget planning for 23-24 for a community garden.
Okay. I'll second that. But with that, I would like to look at option 3, allowing community gardens on private property, if we can explore that opportunity, particularly with places of worship.
If Councilmember Sosa is willing to entertain the amendment to his motion.
Yes.
Okay, I will second. Let's vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. It looks like we are at the very end of our agenda, and this is number 16. Provide direction to staff regarding a proposed gateway sign in downtown Downey.
Madam Mayor, because I own property in proximity to the project, I must recuse myself at this time.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
And City Manager, who has the report?
We have Community Development Director, Mr. Post, to provide the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, you may recall at your April 11th council meeting, you provided direction to staff to research the cost associated with the installation of a gateway sign for the purpose of attracting visitors and better identify a downtown Downey area. As directed, staff contacted a sign company, Graphic Solutions, to resurrect thank you, I'm sorry. I was the clerk. As directed, staff contacted sign company Graphic Solutions to resurrect a previous estimate that they had given to the city for a potential gateway sign over Downey Avenue at the intersection of Firestone, the graphic before you. Graphic Solutions provided a proposal, which is within your packet, for design-related services to the tune of $25,000 to prepare construction documents for that sign. They also identified estimated construction costs of about $350,000 to actually install and manufacture the sign. Importantly, that doesn't consider any unforeseen circumstances we might run into with underground utilities or moving street furniture and so forth as we move through the design process. So it could go a little bit higher than that. So that's basically the cost. If the council desires to move forward, then staff is looking for direction whether the city should enter into contract with Graphic Solutions for the amount of $25,000, and then we would come back at a later date on the amount of the actual construction aspect of the sign at a future date to the council for funding. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Greg, council colleagues, comments?
Yeah.
Questions on this?
Thank you for the presentation. I like the idea of a gateway sign, because you go to like Santa Monica Pier or even Whittier Boulevard in East LA. If you see the sign, it kind of makes you feel like you've arrived somewhere, and your destination. I like the concept. I'll keep it short. I say we open it up for bid. And get some different takes, some different offers out there.
Again, in reading the report, I know that we discussed this at our workshop earlier this year. But the downtown Downey specific plan discusses the importance of wayfinding and signage in our downtown. And as we looked at over the years, revitalizing our downtown, and also as we get ready to commemorate and celebrate 150 years since the city was founded later this year. Again, with Downey and everything that Downey is and has become and will continue to be, because our motto is Future Unlimited, I do support signage for our downtown Downey. I think it's time. It's been discussed a number of years. This is a one-time thing. This is not something that we're going to be putting on our budget for year after year after year. And I I will support this. I think it's important. It matters to our businesses, and it matters to our residents, and it allows for Downey to continue to have that identity of who we are. I will entertain a motion in a second to move forward with the proposed gateway sign as discussed in this report. And again, this will be to get the plans in place again, the 25,000. And I know, Councilmember Sosa, you said you would want another company to provide the design, or you wanted open it up for an RFP?
Yeah. Why?
So I think I understand. So you want the design that we currently have proposed that you saw there. That's the $25,000 to finalize the design of that. And then we'd go out to bid to get bids for the construction of that project, and that's what the estimate of the 350 is for. If you don't like the design, then we would get direction for us to go back to the drawing board to come up with another design for you to propose. So if you could bring up the design real quick again, they can take another look at it. But that's the design that was previously prepared.
Well, I'd like to commit to a gateway sign. I mean, can we? I mean, is this what we're settled on? Can we entertain other designs?
If I may, I know that anticipating that might be a potential question. I know that Graphic Solutions has indicated that they can work up a total of 3 different types of designs for an additional fee of up to $31,500. That's what they indicated in a subsequent proposal they submitted to us. I'm not sure if you wanted to go down that direction, but they could work up 3 signs, or we could actually go out to bid, as city manager indicated.
So again,
and
so
look for
they are
proposals.
based on this, they are giving us one option.
That is correct. And to prepare the actual design, detailed design drawings, they actually will go to
Be an
permit and so
additional
forth.
30,000 if we want.
No, a total of $31,500 to actually prepare 3 different types of designs.
Because again, I also am in agreement with Councilmember Sosa. I would like to see a variety of designs, not just, I mean, this is a nice one, but at the same time, we want to see options. And this is something that is going to brand our Downey and brand our downtown for years to come. And at the same time, I question, is this the best cost, and is this the best company that we've used in the past?
We'd be happy to go out and look for another consultant to prepare that for us. Just need direction from council to do so.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's that sign looks good. I just want to be able to make sure this is a permanent thing. I want to be able to make sure we get the most optimal, solution, or something that we're all happy with. That's the gateway to our downtown Downey. So why not entertain some different options, a little competition.
Okay, then that motion.
Is it just Downey Avenue and Firestone we're looking at, or is that the only sign we're putting in? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
okay.
as presented right now, yes.
So we have the motion and the second, and let's vote.
Alicia, you want me to put up stand for him?
It's okay. Yes, I'll announce, I
Now,
can announce it.
we can, again, this motion is, in this vote, was to utilize this company to provide the designs, and then we're gonna open it up to bid for construction.
Sorry. So I think I understand that what we're doing is we're going to go out and get a new designer so that they come in and provide you with some options of what the sign would look like. And then we would go to design and construction at that point. That was my understanding. But council wants to continue with this design and get just the 3 options from them. Do you like their style, or you want to try to see if there's other things that you might like out there?
We haven't seen anything else,
So we can definitely.
and that's the thing.
So let's do that. That's what I understood that the
Okay,
council was.
okay. So we are going completely with a new design company, okay? We're all in agreement there.
The motion is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo abstaining from the item and also absent from the meeting.
Okay, well, this took us to the end, and it's just 17 minutes short of midnight. At this time, I will ask us to have a moment of silence, and I will adjourn this meeting in memory of Riverside Sheriff's Deputy Brett Harris, 26, who died in a car crash while responding to a call. Moment of silence, please. Thank you, everybody. This meeting is now adjourned. Time is 11:43. Good night.